out through the trees. Oh, the wind, it carries the voices of the ones who would be forever free. From ancient walls, a lone sentry stands his watch, looking over the fields down to the sea. He's still waiting for the sound of a victory cheer from the ones who would be forever free. Forever free, that's how we'll be. Forever free, my country and me. They will live forever in memory. They are the ones who would be forever free. Across these fields, a cold mist gently falls. By the winter's moon, you can sometimes see faded shadows of the ones who have fallen there. They are the ones who would be forever free. Young boys and girls who fought for our liberty, who gave it all
Welcome, everybody, to Indie After Dark. I am here with Bran, Bonnie, and Watt. Thanks for coming up and joining me, you guys. And thanks to everybody coming in to the chat. Appreciate you all. What a touching song and beautifully written by Tony Howie. He's amazing and always captures a lot of emotions, but in that song in particular, I thought that one was pretty fitting to open up our stream tonight for Memorial Day.
Awesome song and great visuals to go along with it.
Yeah, absolutely. So thank you, Tony, for sharing that with all of us. Good to see you, Al. Snooks, much love. Cheryl, good to see you. Thank you to everybody coming in. Appreciate you all being here. Jerry, good to see you.
Happy
Paul.
Memorial Day weekend, y'all.
Yeah. You guys have any special plans for the weekend? Hey, Take Two.
I'll probably go down to the market tomorrow, and I think they've got a few things set up. A few events for Memorial Day. I may go check out some of those. Maybe go get some shots of some local statues or something like that.
Great,
Some of the war monuments here, maybe.
That's a cool idea. Hope you'll share them if you do. Good to see you, Tate and Dee. Much love. Camellia, good to see you. Cheryl. Yeah. We had a death in the family recently. It was a great aunt who passed away, and she was 97. And
Wow.
yes, and she lived a beautiful life, so she was ready to go. It was kind of one of those, a peaceful passing.
Full life, for sure.
Yes, yeah, full life for sure. And yeah. And she passed peacefully too, which was a blessing. But her husband served, and so she was buried at the National Cemetery. And so we just had a last week we just had a memorial for her there, and decorated the graves and everything, and talked with our kids a lot about the meaning behind that. And so we're not focusing on that so much this weekend since we just did. But we're definitely, talking about what it means, what Memorial Day means, and the significance of it to our kids, making sure they understand. I know Bonnie's having some tech issues, so I'm hoping she'll try to come back up. Yeah. So tonight we're starting off with conversation. It's flipped, and then we'll have music around 11 p.m. Eastern. And thank you, Ducks. Yeah. And we're going to go ahead and a couple other videos to share here, kind of having to do with focusing on Memorial Day, to kind of kick off conversation. And then we might get into some more like kind of current politics and everything too.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, perfect. There you are, Bonnie.
There you are.
Technical difficulties.
Yeah, glad you kept trying. Glad you're here.
Happens to the best of us.
Right? Always. Wild Dragon, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Flame on.
Yeah, we have a new memorial. What do you call it? I guess a park that they have made, and put up 10 flags today. And so we're going to have a time for memory, remembering all of them.
Yeah.
On Monday.
Nice. It's a good way to honor those who passed.
Yes.
Tom, much love to you. And Erica, good to see you coming in. Yeah. If anybody in the chat wants to let us know what you guys are doing, if anything, to celebrate Memorial Day or to remember those who have sacrificed all. It's kind of, in a way, it's always, I think, like an awkward thing because we say Happy Memorial Day,
Yeah. It's more like a remembrance, more than a celebration.
Yep. Yeah, exactly.
Do you know what Memorial Day was originally called?
Decoration Day.
It was Decoration Day.
Yeah, that's actually what our next video here is about. I know Brad said he's got to do something really quick, so we'll wait a second before we play it. But yeah, it's just a brief, just a few minutes long kind of history of Memorial Day.
Yeah.
And There's actually some contentions, I guess, about where the first Memorial Day really was.
Yeah,
There's like a
I
lot of
think
different states that claim it.
New York State has the claim allegedly to the first one, but there's many states and many cities that, of course, had some going during that time.
Hmm.
Because of course it wasn't always called Memorial Day. Um, it all came about after the Civil War, and the holiday was called Decoration Day, and it was a celebration to go out and decorate or put flowers at the gravesides or memorials at the ones lost in the Civil War, from the Union and the Confederacy.
Right.
Um, and it stayed that way for about 50 years after the Civil War. And of course, we all know WW1 came about, and then it slowly started to transition into what we kind of
Hmm.
know as modern day Memorial Day.
Right. Yeah. Good to see you, David. Thanks for being here. Right. I get that. Al says he's not really doing anything to celebrate. He doesn't even celebrate birthdays. Every day is a blessing. Yeah, I think that's a really good way to look at it. Yeah, I grew up, my family was really into holidays, and that's, kind of stuck with me. I really enjoy, focusing on what I celebrate, maybe not the original intent, but what I
Yeah.
celebrate with each holiday and passing that on to my kids because I want them to, kind of have that. I don't know, like that's part of our sort of legacy, I think, here in each country, but here, and
Yeah.
I want them to have that significance to those days too, but I just want it to be the right significance.
Oh,
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah. All right, let me go ahead and pull up this video. Thanks, Bran. And it's just a quick one. I'll put the link in the chat.
The last Monday in May is recognized in the United States as Memorial Day. What is Memorial Day in honor of? How long has it been a holiday? Memorial Day is a day for remembering those who died while serving their country in the military. It is also used to honor all departed loved ones who served in the military, even if they did not die while in service. Throughout time, various days have been set aside to honor fallen soldiers. In the United States, this tradition began shortly after the Civil War. More than 620,000 men had died during this war, and decorating the graves of loved ones became a regular occurrence. One of the first significant events took place in Charleston, South Carolina, just after the war had ended. On May 1st, 1865, an observance similar to Memorial Day took place with more than 10,000 people decorating a cemetery and paying tribute to those who had died. While this event in Charleston was one of the first, other cities also claim to have held the first Memorial Day observance. Waterloo, New York, Columbus, Mississippi, Columbus, Georgia, Boalsburg, Pennsylvania, and Carbondale, Illinois have all claimed to be the birthplace of Memorial Day. For many years, the holiday was not referred to as Memorial Day. Instead, the preferred name was Decoration Day. Throughout the early 1900s, more and more people began to refer to it as Memorial Day. In 1967, the name of the holiday was officially changed. The next year, the date of the holiday changed as well. Memorial Day had always been celebrated on May 30th. The Uniform Monday Holiday Act, passed on June 28th of 1968, declared that Memorial Day would be celebrated on the last Monday in May of each year. Memorial Day is observed in various ways. Memorial Day is intended to be a respectful and solemn holiday. Flags are to be flown at half-staff throughout the morning. Many cemeteries will hold a special Memorial Day service to honor those who have died. Families will decorate individual graves of loved ones who served in the military. Some families also choose to decorate the graves of other family members who were not in the military. Traditional decorations include wreaths, flowers, crosses, or small flags. There are also thousands of communities across the country which hold Memorial Day parades. The United States is not the only nation to honor such a day. In Canada and the United Kingdom, there is a similar holiday known as Remembrance Day. Australia and New Zealand recognize Anzac Day. There are also 17 different nations that have a holiday known as Heroes Day.
All right. Short and sweet and to the point, but I thought it was a good little overview. Robbie, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Definitely.
I'm seeing people talking about their foods they're going to eat or picnics they're having. And I agree, being patriotic is a good thing. But
Absolutely.
it's kind of complicated though these days, right? I mean,
Not really. Is it?
I don't know. I feel like it kind of is because I have, I am very glad that I'm from here and that I live here. I think that there's a lot of really great things about our country. Much love, Kiss Off. Good to see you. And when I think of the military, I have nothing but respect and appreciation for all who have served. But I think that a lot of our wars, we've been lied to about the real purposes behind, and that there's been a lot of things that have happened that didn't happen for the reasons we were told.
Well, that's true, but even still, they made the ultimate sacrifice.
Absolutely right. Yeah. No, there's nothing that takes away for me from that, in recognizing those things. And I think, even many who have served obviously have seen firsthand and, have a hard time reconciling.
Yes. And so having pride in your country, I don't see anything wrong with that. And isn't that what patriotism is?
Yeah.
Being proud to be an American. And that's, my daughter was really into all of this also. And so
good to see you, OJ.
what they were showing with the cemeteries, flags and a wreath.
Yeah. Yeah, right. I hope I didn't imply. I don't have any issue honoring those who've passed, and especially those who passed in service to the country. I just think the patriotism wavers a little bit for me. Does that make sense?
I understand.
Benjamin.
Paul said it good when you get to him.
Yeah. Neil, welcome up. How are you doing tonight?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. I just finished my live stream. What gets me is like on Veterans Day, Memorial Day, when people say thank you for your service. That really bothers me.
Would you rather? Is it because it's Memorial Day specifically, or does it always bother you?
No, it's because we serve so that everyone have a better life. You don't need to thank us for us. You need to have a better life, and that means make a better life, not what we have now. If you want to thank a veteran for his service, make your neighborhood a better neighborhood for everybody, because that's the ultimate persona of the reason why we go to war is for our rights and freedoms, and that's to have a good life, not the lives we are living now, in my opinion.
That's interesting, Neil, because you're not the only one I've heard say that.
Right.
And
well, if you go to war, you start to see things a little bit differently, and then it's the small things that'll aggravate you because of the different outlook that the perception versus reality outlook of it.
The lack of keeping the country going while you were gone.
The lack of what was that, Bonnie?
Keeping the country going while they were gone, overseas or whatever.
Or the direction of the country. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the way we treat everybody.
Yes.
Here and abroad, are you thinking, Neil?
I'm thinking more here, because you can't clean up anyone else's house if your house is dirty.
Yeah. Paul says, what if you love America, but are not proud of its actions sometimes? Right, Paul, that's what I mean. I think, and you did say it well, I think that's the kind of the hard part of balancing it out. Hi,
Well,
Phoenix. You are new to me. Welcome.
I balance out going to war for someone to make money off oil, as in personally for me, I did it for my country, and I did it for the pride of my family and for my personal belief. Do I feel as though I was used? Hell yeah. But does it make me feel bad? No, because it was my perception for the reasons that I
Right.
signed up, that I went there for, not the actual reason why I was used. Keyword being
Yeah.
used.
Yeah, I think that's really well said, Neil. And I think, obviously there's so many people that can relate
Oh, yeah.
relate to that, who've served, and those, those who haven't too, who are understanding the bigger picture,
Yeah, for sure.
Right. I know, Snooks, I was raised to thank veterans. And so I have a really hard time with that too. And I know some really appreciate it. And then, like Neil's saying, for others, it can almost be offensive. So yeah, it's tricky. Right.
And yes, what Al just said. And I think that that's why there's such a strong brotherhood between service members, is because you are dependent on each other to keep each other alive. Your life depends on it. And so I can see where those bonds, and a lot of people, they're for life. My stepfather, he still has a few that are alive that still they contact him through me
Good to see you, Imir.
on Facebook, because he doesn't have a Facebook. But
Yeah, well, I'm glad that he has a way to connect with them, in some way.
yes,
It's great.
For some people, the military is a lifestyle. For quite a few people, the military is a lifestyle, and then for others, it's not. But I see. I mean, and that's a problem. I've seen a lot of vets. They age out, age wise, get to retirement, and like their elders are gone, and their whole life has been structured by someone else, and they have real issues with integrating into private life without that organized structure, and there's no help for that transition, and that's a big problem in my opinion.
Yeah, I could see that happening.
Snook says, I hate wars, but I support our troops. And I agree. I like that, how you worded that there, Snooks.
Well, believe it or not, a lot of the people who join the military not to go to war.
Good to see you, George. What do you mean by that? I think I know, but what do you mean by that, Neil? Hi, Charlie.
By showing strength, you never have to use it. So if we show that we're a resilient, strong military, no one will want to face it. But yet you still have the prestige of being keeping up that strong presence, that strong image, which makes everyone in the military stronger and more confident without having to use that strength in an actual war scenario or be tested. And the stronger you appear, the less you'll be tested.
that's
Good
true.
to see you, Supplanter.
So do you
Fab
think
Daddy.
there's been a decrease in people who are joining at this time?
I think within 10 years, we won't need but maybe 20% of the people we have now in the military, because it's going to be automated. And I think a lot of people are going to have problems with that, saying it's inhumane using robotic technology to take out, enemies. But those are the same people that would cry if their sons and daughters were out there dying doing the same thing. And also those same people that say, well, one death costs a couple $1 million for the economic wise, to where a robot only costs $5,000 to buy another one. So there's two sides of the story, but we're going with more of a mechanized robotic military for lots of reasons: expense, budget, accessibility, being able to drop out of an airplane without a parachute and still be effective. There's lots of reasons that autonomous military is better than an actual human.
I could see that. And is there a better accuracy, like with drones and stuff?
Well, you have, yeah, because see, now what you got to do is you got to put yourself in the position of the person who's out there getting shot at, and their mindset of trying to organize and do things, or someone sitting in a chair working a drone and the drone's getting shot at, and their ability to make the same decisions, but would it be better or worse because their life's not actually online at
Right.
that time. So what's the decision-making process? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do see. I think that's tricky. It's really hard to know which way that'll play out, you know? Apple, much love to you. Drive safely. Charlie, you too. Pat, much love. Yeah, I like what you're saying about, like, you know, it makes sense to me that having that technology and using it to save the lives of soldiers that aren't needed because of the technology. Like, I like that part of it, but I do think there's something to it being removed. You know, like, what's that war? Not War Games. That's a good one too. But Ready Player One, I think it is, that movie.
That's a good one. I like that movie. You ought to play that one.
Yeah, I might do that
Yeah.
backstage. I've got a long list going, you guys.
Yeah.
But we're getting through them. But yes, I mean, from what I remember, it's been a while since I saw that movie, but you know, it's kind of that disconnect where it almost becomes like a video game, you know, which maybe is part of the intention of having so many war-focused and violent video games.
Well, now think about it. You are correct at one stage of the development, but once more countries have it, then it becomes more of a deterrent because they know the other end of it. And if more than one country has that technology, I mean, really, at that point in time, it's trying to get to the point of what's the use of fighting, and that this is a way to get us to that point. Whether we get there depends on our leadership. That's why I encourage everyone, I always have, to run for local office, because if we have good people in office, we can better control the way and the direction these technologies are used rather than someone else doing it and us just bitching about it.
Right. Wingnet says people won't understand how bad it really is until they start seeing robots going down the street killing people and the drones are over our heads. By then it will be too late.
Go to Ukraine. It's happening now.
Right. I was going to say it's already happening in some places. It's just not at our doors yet in this way, you know? But I think, you know, that's part of us being all connected and having like a more global community in the positive sense of it, is that we're aware of what's happening. We can get firsthand accounts of what's happening almost in real time, sometimes in real time, of what, you know, things that are happening all around the world. And that's part of us being stronger together, you know what I mean? But I don't know how much power we have to make any differences based on that information, you know?
Well, you can judge that off of your local neighbor. If you're in a small town, get all your people to go to one store on one certain day and spend money and see what happens at that store. And then tell them not to shop at that store for one day and see what happens at that store. And that's the power collectively we have. So if there's a lot of good people, you can actually make a difference with just your buying power.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hi, Virginia.
All right, Jerry.
Hi, everybody.
So, V, are you doing anything to celebrate or remember Memorial Day?
Nothing other than the classic kind of barbecue type of thing. You know?
I want to know how you knew I was high.
Oh, Neil, some assumptions are safe.
Right. If you were a betting woman.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wag the Dog. We have watched that backstage, Paul, and that is an excellent movie for anyone who hasn't seen it. It was my first time watching it, and I knew the concept. But I mean, Wag the Dog, it just shows exactly what we're seeing on mainstream news 24/7, you know? Yeah, much love to you, Fab. Thanks for coming by. Gordy, I'm good to see you.
I personally like seeing things coming. It gives me time to shift and maneuver.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, right. I think it's just trying to figure out the best way to maneuver, you know? That's always the game, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Welcome to the real world.
Right? Take Two says, American soldiers will defend your rights even though they may differ in opinion. That I so appreciate and admire. Yeah, absolutely. Take Two.
That's why they cut all our hair off and make us wear the same uniform for several months in a row before they cut us loose on our own, to integrate us into thinking that way. We're all the same. We're all Americans. You're my brother. You're my sister. We all look the same. And that's the psychology behind the haircuts and the uniforms.
Interesting.
Darrell, good to see you. Thanks for being here. I served so we could have a different opinion. I love that, Phoenix. And I hope you'll take it the way I mean it when I say thank you for your service. Right. And that's something that I think, that's what we try to do here. We try to have conversations with people with different opinions, because I think that's so important right now. I think there's so much divide and conquer that's going on in all across the board, whether it's, about religion or politics or socioeconomic status or race or sexuality and gender, like all of it. I feel like there's so much division. And part of that is, I think, through the controlling of our speech, and our freedom of speech is really under attack and has been for the last several years, and probably even before I realized it was. But, I agree. We should all be able to have our differences of opinion and hopefully still be able to respect each other and care about each other as human souls, even if we don't agree.
No doubt.
Yep. I think it's a really slick slope we see going on with thought police or hate speech, as they put it. And I like, I think it was Phoenix Falling that said that. Yeah, that's a very good point. You defend the right for someone to have that opinion, and it might be different than everybody else, but that's what separates this country from a lot of other ones,
Right. Yeah. And that could be why it's also kind of complicated here at times, because we are, I remember being taught about the melting pot.
Oh, it's only complicated because we got women here. Jeez.
Oh, here we go.
Something about a woman.
That, Neil.
You know what I mean? It's just something about a woman.
So, Neil.
I'm muted. Leave me alone.
How do you, well, I won't say feel, no feelings. What is your opinion of militias as in the Constitution?
I think every town should have an organized militia that works with the town sheriff or county sheriff, that he can organize in case anything happens, like what we just saw. I don't recall what city, but 10 felons escaped from prison. And if that local community had a militia that was well organized and worked with the local law enforcement, they probably could have had those boys already wrapped up back in jail. That's my opinion.
Where was that, Neil? I haven't heard anything about that yet.
Was that in Tennessee?
I don't recall the state. That's why I didn't say, but I know there was 10 of them.
Yeah,
and
maybe
6
not.
of them are still at large. And if that community had a well-established militia that was connected with their sheriff and local law enforcement, just like the Boston bomber, where the FBI had to go to the people to get their bad guys caught, the militia serves that role if well used.
Yes, and I agree with that, with the sheriff. Because the sheriff is the law of the land.
I wasn't going to bring up that part, but yeah, it is actually the law of the land. And that's part of the reason why we've given up our rights to be taxed to have someone else take care of our rights.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I hope not. Nickel says, yep, we are heading for civil war. I think that's what they want. We've been talking about that for a long time.
I don't want
that's
that.
The direction they're pushing us, but that's the governments of the world and our own included, I think.
Well, as long as all the leftists don't have guns because they live in gun-free zones that want to fight us.
Plenty of leftists have guns. So
I'm just joking. I'm joking.
Wipe that thought out right there.
Yeah.
But I really still have hope that there are more of us that are united in our care for each other as humans than are falling into the boxes they want to put us in.
Like I said, there's lots of families that have made family service a thing for life. So I wouldn't be too concerned about a civil war, because it would be a short-lived one, and it wouldn't be worth it. And I believe our government won't allow it to happen. And that's why I don't think right off the bat we saw arrests as soon as Trump got inaugurated, and we've waited so long to where now we're pissed off that it hasn't happened. So that way, when it does happen, it'll be less of an event and more of a about time kind of thing. And that changes the whole dynamics of people against people and the arguments they can use.
Good call. Take two. Neil, did you see this comment? Just want to make sure.
Hold on. I'm reading slow. Let's see. If it weren't for a woman, you wouldn't have it. What? Hold on. If it weren't for a woman, you wouldn't be here. Hey, man, I was hatched. They brought me down here from
Possibly.
some other planet. They found me. My
They
man
might
told me they found me in a
allegedly.
cabbage. They told me
Maybe.
they found me in a cabbage patch. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, that's a whole nother rabbit hole.
I can
about the
believe that, really.
Patch
I really
children.
could see that happening.
Yeah.
Well, that child story's for a reason, huh?
Right.
Yeah. None
I
of
have
us,
not read that, Supplanter.
none
And
of us,
let me read this real quick, Bonnie, then I'll go right to you. Sorry. Supplanter says, anyone read the Culture series by Lane M. Banks, where AI took care of all of the mundane tasks of men and women had nothing but free time? Yeah, I've heard that concept, though, that we'll have all this time to, make the world a more incredible place and invent all
More
sorts
time
of
to harass Cindy.
great things. Yeah, something like that. But I don't know.
that could be
Bonnie, go
bad.
ahead. Thank you, Snooks. Go ahead, Bonnie.
None of us want to see civil war. I think that what they're pushing right now, and so it is being pushed by the powers that be, by the mouthpieces of the world, the ones that a lot of people sit in front of the TV and watch daily to get their news, weather, sports, all that. But it seems that it's more the push for racial divide, family divide, community divide, just all of it. If
Take care, take two.
it would all go together, and I still think if anything happens to us, it'll be from within, and I'm not sure what that would look like or by who,
Right.
but I think too many people are seeing, if you listen to all these people on different platforms, they're not falling for it. They're not falling for the racial thing. They're not falling for a lot of the things that are being pushed. And as long as that continues, I think we're going to be okay.
I agree, Bonnie. And I think that any of the divisive topics around us, and there's so many, it could be race, religion, politics, whatever. I think they want us to get to that point with each other in a civil situation so that they can then sweep in with the solution, which will
Right.
be all of us losing our rights.
But I think that's what they're already doing. I mean, I think
Yeah.
that's what we're living under right now,
I think if we all started making more bacon and left
Good
our
to see you,
windows
Johnny.
open, there'd be a lot more hungry people out there, and hungry people don't get mad.
What?
Well, with everything we've
What about
seen so
hangry?
far up to this point, what could you what would you think the turning point would be for a CW type situation?
Good to see you,
What do you
Blue.
think would be that turning point?
That's a good question.
With everything we've seen up to this point, I mean, things could always get worse, things could always get better, but
Right.
what could be that turning point?
Well, I said for a while, I think that like one of the things could be with all of the deportations that are happening, although I wish it was happening even faster than it is personally. I think that it's possible there's going to be more people protesting or taking it further who have been, brainwashed into supporting it. I mean, what's the one guy's name that they deported from allegedly from MS-13, who everybody's supporting coming back into the States?
The electrician, a union electrician guy you're talking about?
But
I don't know.
There's this one guy they deported. He was supposedly MS-13 member that was a union electrician. A lot of people had contacted me trying to get the union on board, and I was like, "Whoa, check this out, fool! Even unions have illegal aliens in them."
Man, yeah, I thought they were coming after electricians. I was like, man, I got a beard too. They're like, man, get this guy out of here. Who is this guy?
You'd have to shave and look different, huh?
No,
Well,
I'm
that's
not
an interesting
shaving.
point. Phoenix says, with all of these divisions, it's difficult to see civil war as a possible outcome. We'd all have to agree on the issue and the problem. I mean, if you think of it in the past, civil war was, it was like one dividing topic for the most part. I mean, there were some other things involved too, but a major focus. And what would our major focus be?
It was over money. Our only civil war here in America was over money. The North had all the industry, and the South only had agriculture, and the only cheap labor was slaves, and they took it away, and they saw it as an economic turmoil to the South, so they went up against the North because of that.
Maybe it's always about money. I mean, what war hasn't really at the foundation?
That's what I'm saying. It'll, whatever the case will be, it'll be about money will be an issue in there for them to divide us.
So,
the war of northern aggression.
Johnny. Yeah, Johnny says people are struggling. They don't have time to even think about the larger picture. And I think that's a big part of it too. They want to keep us distracted so that we can't really unite and stand up against it.
100% on that one.
So, okay, I keep thinking of J6. When so many people came together, they were the voices of America that day. So, and we know how that went for real, not what they think it went like. So could it be something like that, maybe? That everyone, I see a lot of frustrated people, see people like on the edge of their seat, struggling to survive daily. And so where do you draw the line,
Well, also, what are the breaking points? Because I think hunger is a big breaking point, as well as the economic.
Right.
We got all that covered
Personal
here
safety.
in America. Every city and county has like an EBT or a food stamp service or something that wasn't here 50 years ago.
Yeah, but you have to qualify for it too. I mean, there's the people in the middle class that kind of live right above that poverty, the so-called poverty line.
Yeah.
And they don't adjust that with the same level as they do as inflation adjusts. You know what I mean?
But they do it just enough to keep just enough people not civilly unrested.
Right. But homelessness is through the roof. And a lot of that might have to do with drug addiction and mental health. But a lot of that has to do with families that are first time homeless because of these issues, the cost of living being through the roof, with inflation, that housing market being taxed at a much higher rate. It's almost impossible to buy a home. I mean, and that's all by design. If you look at BlackRock and how things are being bought up,
You'd be amazed at how much the housing thing is by design.
Yeah, even like the building codes that are being approved in different places are being made so that it's, condos being built in neighborhoods where it used to be single family homes. And then that skyrockets the property tax. And then the people who have the homes have to sell the people who buy more, buy and build more condos.
You're catching on to how it works.
I already knew. We've been talking about this for a long time, Neil.
You need to get your real estate license. You almost made me want to buy something.
Yeah, I'm on board with you, bro. I was like, man,
it's going ham or something. Dang,
Yeah, with me,
Buy
it's
that time,
still
sure.
worth buying.
Catalina wine mixer. We were almost there.
Right?
Cybertoxin says that's exactly why they allow the perpetration of this chaos. They want ultimate control. The crazier things get, the more people cry out and look up to them for a solution. Right. And that's where I hope, I think that's exactly what they're trying to do, because they want the control. And when they have us dependent on them, then they have the control over us.
That's where they and I have a problem, because I want all the control. Fuck them.
Right. But my hope is that more people will be, and it's weird because it's almost like a communist in the like utopian sense of communism idea, but I mean it in like the more capitalistic side of it, where it's free will and not forced, where people would be supporting each other. I think it's important to build community, but it needs to be something that people are giving freely of themselves to each other.
Technology leads more towards communism than freedom.
That doesn't surprise me at all. I can see it. We've all seen it in real time. I mean, I'm like right on the end of Gen X. I consider myself Gen X, born in 1981. So technically, I guess they say I'm, I don't know what, millennial. But, I'm right at that age where it was like that gap in between. Like I didn't have a cell phone until college, I didn't, we had internet, but it was like in high school towards the end of, it wasn't a huge part of my life. My whole childhood isn't documented online. Thank God.
Right.
I was born in '88, so I know what you mean to a certain degree. Yeah,
Right.
coming up in the early to mid '90s. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it was
Yeah.
that.
How old are you again? Will you say?
I'll be 37 next month.
Right. Okay. Yeah. It seems like I have a lot of friends who are about 10 years younger than me. And it seems like many of them, like that's kind of the real cutoff. I feel like
Because I graduated the
seen
same year
both.
smartphones came out. I graduated in
Right.
2007, and I think the first iPhone was released that summer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pat Evans says, I think we're breaking away from the corporation. Right. So then, if that's the case, if we're a corporation and the people are breaking away because obviously we're not being represented any longer by the people we thought were representing us, then that's the tricky part. Like, then how do we gain control over a corporation that's taking 40% of our money through taxes and we're using it to work against us?
Well, something that gets me is
Mo?
maybe we will break away from the corporation or the system as it is set, but it's going to be replaced with something. And sometimes you got to be careful what you ask for. It doesn't mean it'll be better. But it'll be something, like the Hegelian
No doubt.
dialectic, come up with a solution, all right,
Right. Hi, Avery Lee. Good to see you. Thanks for being here.
That's why I asked about the militias, because there's going to be law and order.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, even way back, we had the Texas Rangers, and they were the law, and they would hunt you down.
Right, Blue. Blue says the problem with civil war is they just talk us into killing each other, and after that, the same jerks are in power. Right.
Yeah.
But they have a lot more money.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
just a lot
they always
richer.
invest in both sides, so yeah, they would.
They don't care if it's heads or tails. They're the ones making the coin.
Yep.
Thanks to Planter. Appreciate that, and thank you for being here.
May the odds forever be in your favor.
Right.
Pretty
Exactly.
With the coin that I'm giving you.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yeah. The cricket factory. Next thing you know, they will build a Soylent Green factory. Well, I mean, have you looked at how much human meat is allowed in fast food?
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yep. The fact they even have a parameter for it of, know.
Yeah.
It's parameterized.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's why I got a
Soylent
picture
Green
of
is
bacon.
people.
Yeah.
The truth will set you free, never a truer word spoken. I like that, Johnny. And I do, that's part of my drive in seeking the truth, trying to decipher what the reality of each situation is.
It's out there.
Yeah, the truth is out there, right?
Find your local butchers.
Every time I hear that, I always think, yeah, but is the set you free the part where you leave your body and go to the next realm of existence going to set
Maybe.
Could
I
be.
mean, maybe. I think that is, in a sense, what it means to me.
It wouldn't hurt
I
my
mean-
feelers.
Right? I don't ever expect this world to be perfect. That's for sure. And I'm
Do you have gum in
still
your hair?
Say that again?
Do you have gum in your hair?
No.
Then this world's not perfect.
Oh my
What?
goodness.
Neil,
Neil?
you're like a
There's got to
five-year-old
be
boy.
something
Like, what is
more
this?
because we're all in this reality or whatever this
I
is
love it.
happening right now. We can all see it differently and have different
I
opinions.
won't share her screen without
You know what I
permission, though,
mean? So I
Blue.
mean, there's got to be something more, something better beyond this, whatever this is. You know?
True.
Right, Paul?
I just saw a scientific study. It was on, they were looking at a human body through a visual light spectrum that it like I should have read it, but it was just interesting.
I know what you're talking about.
And when the
Heard
person
about that,
when
Anne.
the person died, they didn't emit light. So only living people emit light out of their bodies, which I found interesting. I need to go back and research that.
Maybe I heard that from you, Neil, but I heard that somewhere recently, so maybe it was you. But it made me think of at conception. There's when a sperm
The
meets
spark.
with an egg, there's a spark. Yeah.
I wonder if there's something like that when the soul or the spirit leaves the body. It would, in my mind, it would make me think there would be something like that.
Yeah. That the light goes out.
I mean, if it's entering, it's exiting. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I don't know.
Where does it go?
What is vanilla people? I want to know what this is, Blue.
Where do
I'm
all the
guessing it's
shadows go?
Mhm.
Yeah, right. I've seen that too, and there's some convincing footage out there.
Oh, you got to make a video of it, or it doesn't exist.
Right.
Well, with everyone seeing the orbs, maybe we turn into an orb.
I thought that was just an acid flashback. Wow.
No.
I feel left out. I never did the acid.
I actually saw one the other night.
It changes your perspective of life after you drop your first hit.
Well, hold on now. Bonnie's saying that she just saw an orb the other day, and orbs are, I've seen them too, right
In
my
daylight
face.
or at nighttime?
I mean,
it was at nighttime.
what was your sense of it, Bonnie? What did you feel like it
think.
was?
Or was it day? I don't know. It was just like this gold light just went across my bedroom into the living room.
Was that recently, Bonnie? I'm curious.
Yes.
Yeah. I know a lot of people who have seen things like that. I haven't myself in that sense, I guess. But I stayed at a lodge that was supposedly haunted. There had been a fire there. It's here in Washington State. And they said that a lot of guests have seen different orbs and things like that. And we were sitting in like the main lodge. There was a piano in the corner, and it was late at night. And some friends and I were there. It was for a wedding, so there were a bunch of people there that we knew. And a few of us were hanging out, kind of, I don't know, 2 a.m. or something, in the lodge on the couches. And the piano was behind me. And all of a sudden it started sounding like somebody was playing the piano. And there was no wind. There was nobody walking around by it. It was just us sitting there. Yeah. And I had my camera, probably likely my phone, but I had my phone on me, and I put it up over my shoulder. Like, I didn't move. I just put it up over my shoulder and took a picture. And we'd just been talking a few minutes before about how it was supposedly haunted. But so it was almost like funny, So I took a picture of it, and sure enough, all around the piano, there were all these orbs in the picture. Just saying.
Yeah.
I'll believe it.
I've seen it.
I don't know.
Gigi was live.
Definitely happened.
And we saw it beside her.
I'm going to come back to that.
Went over her shoulder. And when we told her, she was like, my dad.
Wow.
Like, she just instantly knew it was her dad.
Did you feel anything, or was it just you saw it?
Thanks, Amir.
Did you have like a certain feeling?
Well, I don't know. I kind of smiled when I saw it.
Good. Good to see you, Rock.
Because I keep hoping for a sign of some sort. And so I don't know what the reason is, but at my mother's house, that's where all the activity's going on. The flashing lights, the voices, the shadows going across the rooms. My daughter has recorded some of it. They put up cameras to
Zennials
catch
anarchy.
these things going on because it's been a lot recently.
Wow.
This gave me goosebumps.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not out there. But yeah, they get a little creeped out once in a while, but also knowing that they're in my mom's.
Thanks, Averly.
It's most likely family, so
Right.
no worries.
Good to see you, Chess.
Yeah.
I think if you're sensing like a positive thing, then there's not anything to worry about, you know?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. The dishes start flying or
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's called Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Right, Robbie. I think that's by design too. He said after the Moore, Oklahoma F5 twister in 2013, none of the homeowners could afford rebuild because they raised the codes and taxes so much they drove them out. Yeah, and we've seen what they've done in Maui and in California. You know, it's definitely land grabs going on.
Well,
Parts after Helena too.
Yeah.
Yes. But these tornadoes that have been coming through, that's what I was talking about last night. 856 so far this year.
Good call, Ann.
And seeing in Kentucky, Tennessee, Alabama, the homes that have just been taken out, there's so many families without right now because of these storms. And so that's kind of a line for me right there is how do we stop that? Because
good to see you, Chris.
Teach people better.
Even the article I read about that many tornadoes already this year said that this is a lot. It has exceeded any other year so far. Like it made it sound like that this is an astronomical amount already.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it makes you wonder, we know what they're doing. Come on. And so you've got all these communities, small towns, and it's interesting how it was not going to the major cities, but the small towns outside of these cities.
All right, I got something right off the bat that I'd like everyone to think about on this. It's like this. Yeah, if it's weather manipulation and people are dying, first off, who's dying? Are they that important to do something like that?
What do you mean?
No, I'm saying if you're not someone who knows something, like if you're still breathing and haven't been Hillary Clinton and you have information on her, I could see where someone would want you dead and do a weather manipulation thing. But just a random, only out in the remote areas of America, do weather anomalies.
Well, do you know about eugenics, the eugenics movement?
I don't. What I'm saying is, I don't think it's randomly only in the areas where people aren't. I don't think, and because of that, I don't think it's weather manipulation. Because if you're gonna, things cost money. So if you think they can do whatever it is they're doing to do weather manipulation and it only costs them 25 cents and they do it all the time, you might be mistaken. That's all I'm saying.
All right, maybe
so they have to have a target. They have to have a target. If you think it's military behind them, the purpose would be a target. They would be targeting someone or something.
And they
So,
are. They're
okay,
targeting places with mines that, for lithium. Some of these
Hmm.
areas where people are losing everything, the real estate is less expensive. There are smaller population. It's easy to level those down and take over and metastasize is what the government is doing in that sense. You never let a good tragedy go to waste, is what I think of. So
right
maybe
on.
they aren't waving a wand and making it happen, but they're not going to let the opportunity slide
I love
by,
that,
you
Brand.
know?
I'll wait till they do a mine on those properties before I come to that conclusion, but I understand your point.
All right. Well, there's quite a few people who've been pushed out of their homes one way or another, whether it's a storm or eminent domain. Um,
Yes.
you know,
Right.
Well, eminent domain means it has to be for public use, and it should be recorded, and everyone should
They
know
do that.
about. So if it's not, then it's malicious.
Excuse me.
well, it is malicious. I mean, should, could, would, all of those are what they should do doesn't really matter. They don't necessarily do what we might think is right.
So there was a guy that did a video and he showed the airplane. He was a pilot for that plane. He got paid $10 a gallon to spray what he was spraying out of that plane. He showed the red button that released what he was spraying out of that plane, and he described exactly what he was spraying.
So
And
what's
more,
his culpability?
I'm sorry.
What's his culpability in that he willingly and knowingly got paid to do something horrific to others?
Yes, he's a scumbag. I'm not saying he's a good person, but after he quit doing it, he said, "What the heck?" Putting out a video. Whether he did it or not, that you could see the plane was set up for it. It was very obvious. Here's the gas tanks. Here's these other tanks. Here's the button for those tanks to
Yeah, like a
release.
crop duster.
Good to see you, Lowry. Thanks for coming by. We're doing conversation first tonight. For anybody else who wants to come up, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. Lots of interesting conversation tonight, you guys.
I put a video in the private chat. If those of you up here want to watch it, look at it from a non-religious perspective and try and gain reference.
If you want to drop it in the YouTube chat, you can too.
Nope.
Well, okay then. Yeah, I know, Cheryl, some people use sage and things like that, to kind of cleanse energies and things like that from a house. But that, I'll be honest, that's all kind of like foreign to me, I don't know
What
if
do
I
you
really
mean?
put belief behind that.
I mean,
Awesome, Larry.
like a cleansing?
Yeah, like I don't know if any of you on panel are familiar, if you want to talk about it, but like using sage or doing things like that. I mean, I know, even within my religion, although my religion is vast, there's all different aspects of it that I don't agree with, because I think all religions have been compromised. But they use like, holy water or oils, and I've even been places where they use sage, but to me, it's just something I'm not very familiar with. And I don't know. I don't know that I really put any stock in it. I think prayer would do the job on its own. But I'm
Yeah.
open to hear more about it,
Well, it's a
Hopefully I
form.
don't. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, that was all form of prayer. The cleansing. It's kind of the same intent.
Yeah,
C 101.
like an intent, yeah.
Hmm.
So maybe just it's more like ritual involved with the intent or the prayer.
Yes, and those older traditions. Even in some churches. I think Catholic. I'm not Catholic, so I might be misquoting this, but they have those incense burners. They kind of wave around the congregation or maybe around.
Right. Yeah.
That's kind of the same thing. You know what I mean?
This
Glad
is
to hear
something
it,
I
Larry.
find interesting because I've studied several different types of religions, And questions that come up to me that I don't get answered are, why do all of them use a similar incense, but all of them have different meaning? Is it the incense or the meaning? Because the only similarity is the incense, not the meaning, between a lot of these religions.
Intent of the incense.
I don't know about the religious part of it, but well, I guess there is a religious part of it. So we noticed a few years ago kind of this oh, how do you explain it? It's like
Deadpool.
a darkness, like a heaviness feeling in this house. And so my daughter was all intent on burning sage. So she did that. Well, my way of doing it is with the oil. And it's anointing. It's you're just like, it's a cleansing. And that's the way we see it. And so it's kind of an extra, besides prayer, is just because we know we have the power to chase away whatever evil, but at the same time, it's just like, to me, when you anoint with oils, like on your doorways and stuff, it's kind of like protection from
Good to see you avoid
coming back in any kind of evil or bad feeling or whatever coming back in. It's like a protection.
Hey, Nana.
I guess kind of like they did the doorways back in the day when the fog was going to come through.
Ooh, interesting. They did oil in the doorways?
Well, they did blood then, but
Oh,
well, that's, Passover. The Passover tradition. I mean, that's part of what that was too.
Yeah,
it's marking the door frames.
What's the religion? The religion at Notre Dame. What is that? Catholic?
Yeah, I believe so.
I think so. Roman Catholic.
And right across the river, not too far from me, over in South Carolina, there's this place called Murphy Village. If you ever want to look it up, and if you've never been past there, once you ride in the middle of it, you're just in amazement of these just huge houses everywhere on both sides of the road. And I don't know if I can use the word or not, but they're called gypsies. It's called the gypsy camp.
Glad you're here.
Everybody from around here knows it as the gypsy camp, but technically, if you look it up, it's called Murphy Village. But they build these huge $1 million homes, and they go through that whole process, and they might not live in the house for a year or 2 years or X amount of time. And in between time, they'll have this brand new $100,000 double wide on the back side of the property, and they'll stay in it until that whole process is done with the big house, and then they'll move in the big house. Yeah, it's just huge mansion style homes they build.
Well, that's a great conversation, you guys. I know I'm a little behind in the chat because I'm wanting to highlight all these comments and get to catch them all myself.
Yeah, an excuse is an excuse.
Cheryl says, I don't trust much anymore. And I know how that feels, Cheryl. I feel like we have to be kind of pessimistic about everything.
Yeah.
I think the more technical term would probably be Irish travelers. That's what they go by.
Huh. Interesting.
But no offense, when you see these people, you know that you know who they are. You know, they have a certain look. Even the guys and even all the women, they have a certain look about them. It's kind of hard to describe, but it's totally obvious.
I can understand that, like a boho.
I don't know what that is, but it could be. It could be cousins. It could be. You're right. It's like a hobo.
I like that style. So that's why I know it, and it's it's just colorful and flowy, and
Yeah, yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Apparently, he says rituals matter. And there are, on all sides of the spectrum, whether you want to look, just say good or evil or whatever, apparently rituals have a lot of power.
Mhm.
I don't know. It's hard.
And they do, all the way back to Judaism with the 12 tribes of Israel. Every time they got together for religious purposes, they'd set up the tribes by name, set up differently in a layout to where, if observed from above, it would look like a cross. And each name represented one part of what they did. I believe the Levites were the theologians, and all the other tribes had different meanings, and it was all part of the symbol of the cross. I've done a lot of religious studies.
Like the cardinal directions,
Right.
Okay, Anarchy says it's believed that the prayer or the thought will be carried off with the smoke to the heavens. He was talking about with like the smoke, the incense.
Yep.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah. Good to see you, Mary. Saw you come in earlier.
and sometimes I think it's just a form of relaxation, maybe.
Much love, Monty.
When you use smells or sounds
Aromatherapy.
Yeah.
to relax and get into the quiet space.
Most women use red wine for that.
Well, I don't.
That was funny.
Oops,
Sorry.
I'm on my mic. I need to mute myself. My bad. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. I just personally, I just feel like a prayer is a prayer. You don't need other things involved, but that's me, and people are different. If others have different beliefs or different rituals that help them to feel more power through that,
In
So be it.
In Christianity, it's said if you write a prayer down and stick it in the Wailing Wall, it's like a direct telegram to God, and you should answer the prayer.
Right, D.
Message in a bottle.
Also Al.
Hmm.
I was going to do the message in a bottle thing, but just my luck, they say I was littering.
Frank, I think a lot of people believe in Jesus. I wouldn't say nobody believes in Jesus anymore. But I do think that there's a huge push. Hold on, Neil. I do think there's a huge push to get less people to believe in him.
Yes.
I will publicly say I believe in him, and I will never say I don't believe in him, because I'm not going to be Judas. I'll have someone shoot me before I say I don't believe in him.
What Neil was just talking about, it seems like I've seen where the Native Americans even do that. They have a area where you take things and it's like a cleansing thing for them.
Good to see you, Tim.
They'll leave something at this place for it to go to the spirit world or wherever. And there's been confessions and stuff like that I've seen in there also.
So it could be said that God appealed to the European and Mediterranean world in the form of Jesus Christ, and across the world in the Indian world, he still appeared, but he appeared to them in the manner that they viewed him as sacred as, and offered the same things to them that he did to us. But it's not for us to be known about, because the Bible was only written for the area of the world that was known by the people who were included in the Bible at that time. Chinese also have about Christian Jesus in around about the same time too.
Well, I think there's definitely a lot of overlap in different religious stories and beliefs, and that's really interesting to me.
Well, God did say everyone around the world would know him. We're the only ones who
Right.
assume that it has to be in the Christian format, and he wasn't speaking to others from
Well, everyone who believes in a religious belief believes that theirs is right. So that's kind of a ridiculous statement. We're not the only one. And there are people throughout the world who follow Christianity, you know?
and
Kind of
that,
throw it all out there on the table and see where they all overlap, you know.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I think it's fascinating to do.
I think there's a lot of overlap.
Thank you, Mo. Appreciate that. I don't think I set up a goal tonight. Maybe I need to do that. But thank you for the gifted memberships. Appreciate that. Also, that reminds me, we have from the winner last week was Tate, and I know some people already saw it. There's a Tate icon now or emoji
Nice.
for
I like
members.
it.
If you want to show some love to Tate in the chat, that'd be great.
Samurai.
Right?
The
I did
last
ask him for a
Ronin.
little input. Tate's a tricky one because he changes up his icon all the time. So I asked him for some input, and he said that samurai would fit. And I thought
I
that
think
was
that's
a good
pretty
one there.
fitting.
I think so too. He's stealthily on guard, I think.
It's like a young Jedi.
Right? Yeah. Seeing Bran.
Mm.
All right, let's see. I'm not too far behind. I'm getting there, guys.
What was y'all's weather like today? Just a random question.
Ugh.
Very, very nice. About 78 is a high, 72 right now.
I think we got up to 86. It wasn't too bad. 86 and nice breeze.
Nice.
We had a storm last night, so it was about 98 today.
Nice. Nice and toasty.
Oh, yeah. But rain coming again Monday, hopefully.
We're in like the high 50s, low 60s here, which is kind of nice for as far as I'm concerned. Not too hot, not too cold, clear and sunny.
You know, it doesn't bother me. I think if I had to stay outside all day and, not able to get in the shade, working out in it, working in the fields, like used to, then it really gets to you. But, spurts, it's doable.
Yeah. Just the end of the
Good to see you,
afternoon when it
Amanda.
gets the hottest.
Yes, about 5, 6. Yep. I have a sheet that I put up there to put over my vegetables to protect them from the heat. You just adapt.
Yeah. Just think about our ancestors and our elders. They did it for
Maybe,
generations without the Googles and the YouTubes and all that, you know.
Yeah. Did you know? So, because we were talking about that earlier with the chemtrails and stuff, roaches, you can put them in a freezer and they will still survive. You can put them in an oven and they will still survive.
Are you from Florida?
No.
Oh, Robbie, I didn't
They
know
have
that.
the ability to adapt to whatever temperature they are put at. And so are we able to do that also? If they've been spraying us for years, and if they've been doing this like we're bugs, are we able to adapt to whatever is thrown at us? I mean, I know cancer has gone up astronomically in every age. So I do believe that there's consequences.
We do hear in.
I can tell you what I fall in line with Robert Kennedy Jr., the head of the health department, when he just banned quite a few of the reasons for cancer, diabetes, and all this shit. and it's the food colorings added to our food that have only been added in recent
you do, Tate.
generations. And he has now banned them. And you're going to find within a year products that you used to enjoy
Good to see you, Carl.
not available because they're cancer causing and they were taken off the market.
Right. Yeah, I'm glad. I mean, I'm glad. I think that's one of the things I'm definitely behind that's happening. I'm,
Yes.
there are some places that are even, removing them more quickly than they're being required to at this point. And that makes sense to me because they're already, a lot of those places are already shipping them to other countries in a much healthier form than what we're getting here. Really quickly, I want to address a couple comments here in the chat about not talking about religion and politics. And, I was raised talking about religion, but not talking about politics very much. And I feel like that's part of the reason that we have gotten to where we are, is people not talking about them. We kind of keep our own mindsets in the past. And, like somebody said earlier, they keep us busy. So we're, kind of on the hamster wheel of life. And that's part of why we've allowed through ignorance often, more than a choice, for all of these things, this power that we've already lost, to be taken from us. So I do think it's important to talk about religion and politics and all of the uncomfortable issues, so we can keep as long as we can do it respectfully and agree to disagree, which isn't always the case, but I think it's important.
Right.
So
Sorry,
who's
Bonnie, do
mixed?
you remember
Am I
what
the
thought
mixed
you
one?
were?
Am I the mixed company?
Nah.
I missed what you said. What? Sorry.
He said, "No, it was a bad joke." But anyway, she said mixed company, and I was saying, who is the mixed one? Am I the mixed one?
All right. Sorry. Now I get it.
It's a dad joke. It's a non-dad joke.
We're a very mixed bag of nuts across the board, so I don't think you can take the credit for that one, Watt.
Yeah,
Right.
that's not allegedly.
Holiday mixed nuts.
Right.
Yeah, somebody's got to
Carl,
be
it's
the
good to see
Brazilian
you.
nut.
Right.
I tortured the roaches.
We were
Oh no,
talking about
yeah,
them being
I've heard stuff
frozen.
about the roaches.
Well,
Yeah,
I just saw my name. Bonnie did it
I love that,
again.
Mary.
I'm like, wait, what? What did I do?
Good to see you pause. But they talk about cryogenically freezing people. That's been something that's been put out in like a lot of the sci-fi for a long time.
I think they said Walt Disney did that. I've heard that rumor for years. I don't know how true it
I've
is.
heard that too.
They've got people that they've actually are cryogenically frozen from the 70s and 80s still.
Yeah.
I don't think it was The Simpsons. It was one of those shows. It might have been Futurama. I don't know if y'all are familiar with that. And there was an episode where they had like different people, and one of them was Walt Disney, and they were showing a bunch of different characters you would recognize. As a little skit, but who knows?
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. Monty points out roaches also survive nuclear blasts.
Yeah. Hopefully we ain't got to find that one out.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's really crazy that they can.
Appreciate it, Brian.
Oof.
I don't know. I'm glad I don't know. I don't see any.
Be glad we don't wear our skeleton on the outside.
Right.
Right. That's funny. Maybe I'll pull it up later. It just kind of fits sort of, but I just saw a little video about lobsters, and apparently, did you see that too? Maybe Navy Black?
Yeah.
Somebody posted it. We know, but
It's going viral.
right, at least amongst our circle. But basically, it was saying that I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up in a minute. I won't ruin it. I'll pull it up.
Yeah.
But it kind of ties in. It's a short one. Yeah.
Yeah. Like a hermit crab, they have to get a new home.
Right. Yeah.
Except I think they grow a new one.
Oh, interesting, Al. I don't think I'd want a tattoo of a cockroach. I bet it shocks people, though.
Definitely about that life at that point.
I guess so.
Everything
causes cancer, right?
Yeah.
Pretty much everything in the modern world. Palmetto bugs
I think a
are
lot of
just
it has to
giant
do
flying
with
cockroaches.
genetics.
Oh yeah, we had the
With
palmetto bugs here.
V?
Genetics, when it comes to certain diseases, immune issues, cancers, a lot of it
Mhm.
comes down to our DNA, and I think that's why that has, bio research has been going on for so long. They're trying to unravel the genetic codes.
And so last week I tapped on if anyone knows about changes in our DNA adapting our senses, adding or taking away from our abilities through DNA manipulation.
Well, there's videos that I've seen of Bill Gates talking about, eliminating the God gene and trying to make it so that, like, basically, if you look at religious fanatics is the terminology that he used in this video, they're trying to eliminate that drive, whatever that drive is in people, and
You
that's
could
really
implant a
creepy to
new
think about.
drive like a computer.
Right? Yeah, exactly.
You dumb it down to build it back up in a way.
I'm all down for keeping whatever Bill Gates wants to ban.
Yeah, Cheryl, I am glad you
Yeah.
feel that way. That's a great compliment. She says, I think we're in a safe group here to talk about religion and politics. We all pretty much know each other. Wonderful. Snook says, I rarely agree, but I keep an open mind. Yeah, that's all we can do, I think, we've talked about this. A lot of us, I think, here have a tendency to kind of look at different paths of what could be true, like this could be true,
Yeah.
or this could be true. This could also be true. And I think to me, that's keeping an open mind. But a lot of people I found don't have that capability or don't make that choice, whichever way you want to look at that.
They don't make that choice.
Right.
I think that the food
Thank you,
is
Paul.
just
Appreciate
one
that.
small part of it. I'm glad that they're taking care of the food. I think it's because it's being talked about so much by all of us is why they are doing these things. We have states that are banning the checkerboards
Agreed,
in the
Frank.
skies. We have
The chemtrails. We say it here.
I have seen doctors and scientists that have tested what it is, and it is not for human consumption. It is
I didn't know it was
it's
just his head. That's
toxic
creepy.
to humans.
Mhm.
The things that they're putting in vaccines
That's
for the
deep,
children or whatever, those now they are proving are toxic to humans. And so I think that
Oh,
there's a
no,
lot
Deadpool.
of
That's awful.
things out there right now that can cause illness or death, possibly.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think that agenda has been made plain too in the past. It's just not something most people have paid attention to, or it snuck up on us. We trusted, a lot of us trusted the government agencies that we thought were protecting us, like the FDA. I thought their whole purpose was to keep us safe. That's not the case. Carrie, good to see you. Thanks for coming up and joining us.
Good evening. I was just listening to see what you guys were talking about.
Well, right now we're going to this one from Monty. I think Jeff Dunham needs to make a Walt Disney head puppet.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't realize, I'd heard that Disney had been frozen, but I didn't know that it was just his head, and that just makes it even
Creepier.
weirder.
Yeah, even
creepier.
weirder, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Right?
Would it surprise any of y'all if I got in an argument with my mom as a child about the food pyramid being wrong?
No.
No.
Not at all. But I mean, rightly so. It's ridiculous. And even now, remember when they just did the latest update? This was maybe a year ago. They were saying that Lucky Charms is healthier than a steak. Yeah.
What?
That's
yeah,
ridiculous.
for real.
They said that with a straight face and not with a touch of irony or anything?
No, they were
Oh,
literally
jeez.
saying that.
Oh,
Yeah.
jeez.
Autocorrect is the beginning of the AI takeover, I think, Phoenix. Autocorrect is gaslighting me like 24/7.
I know.
Yeah.
Keeps telling people I don't like to duck.
Right?
Duck
I
off.
know.
I mean,
what is
autocorrect.
ducking? What does ducking even mean?
You can go duck
Yeah.
yourself.
Right?
Right.
You insist.
Yeah, and people have all different rituals around. That's true. We were talking about rituals. There's a lot of rituals about ceremonies of death, funerals or memorial services, remembrances.
Happy
Well, if you
Memorial
guys
Day
don't,
weekend.
yeah, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to go ahead and pull up another video here. I have a couple more that I want to make sure we play tonight having to do with Memorial Day. This one is May We Never Forget Freedom Isn't Free. Here we go.
The sight before us is that of a strong and good nation that stands in silence and remembers those who were loved and who in return loved their countrymen enough to die for them. Yet we must try to honor them, not for their sakes alone, but for our own. And if words cannot repay the debt we owe these men, surely with our actions, we must strive to keep faith with them and with a vision that led them to battle and a final sacrifice. Our first obligation to them and ourselves is plain enough. The United States and the freedom for which it stands, the freedom for which they died, must endure and prosper. Their lives remind us that freedom is not bought cheaply. It has a cost. The willingness of some to give their lives so that others might live never fails to evoke in us a sense of wonder and mystery, and how they must have wished, in all the ugliness that war brings, that no other generation of young men to follow would have to undergo that same experience. As we honor their memory today, let us pledge that their lives, their sacrifices, their valor shall be justified and remembered for as long as God gives life to this nation. And let us also pledge to do our utmost to carry out what must have been their wish, that no other generation of young men will ever have to share their experiences and repeat their sacrifice.
All right, good words from the past. Good to see you, Joe Carroll.
Yeah.
Freedom definitely isn't free. And I mean, there's a lot of different ways to take that. Like we were saying, how free are we really? That's kind of debatable. But are we more free than people in other places? Maybe. And I think the Constitution is intended to ensure that we keep the freedoms that are given to us by God. So, that's something that we have here that they don't have in other countries, and something to be protected. But it's hard to know how free we really are, And it seems like the Constitution isn't necessarily the law that everyone is following anymore.
Right. And it's open to interpretation. That's
Good to
kind
see
of
you,
where
Jersey
we all
Joe.
get caught up in these divisive
That
topics.
And all the amendments added to it and the sub-amendments,
Right.
everything else. And after you break it all down, they've confused the fuck out of it. And it needs to be
Right,
simple.
Anne.
That's why you go to the original, as it was intended.
Going to the original nowadays, because of all the amendments added to it, You go to the original to see if the amendment was good enough to be added, not if your argument of the
Take
amendment
care, Paul.
is good. It's the legal system that's been layered on top of it. Back in the 70s, 1 in 100 college students was a lawyer. Now it's 70% of them are lawyers. You see the problem?
It was the thing. Parents pushed doctor, lawyer. What was the other one?
Business degree was what my dad always pushed.
Ballerina?
Doctor, lawyer, business.
I was
Did
told
you
in my
say
generation,
ballerina?
if you wanted to make a lot of money, you should get an English degree.
We have too many
Lies.
lawyers, and every lawyer found a loophole, and for that loophole, we had to find a workaround to make the law work, which confuses everything. You could probably, if you had an AI in your ear telling you all the laws that were created, you could probably go argue a law case and spin it on their heads with their own overlapping laws and jurisdictions. That usually happens when you have like 450 agencies. You have 3 or 4 of them with overlapping rules and regulations, and that's where all these lawsuits are coming from.
It's interesting that you say that. I literally just sent this link to a friend of mine who is doing a lot of reminding the courts of constitutional rights, especially family court.
Yeah.
I was like,
That's
you
part of
should
the
be
problem.
in on this conversation, because she does this sort of work like daily,
That's,
and she's using AI to be able to write the motions and such.
Oof, yeah.
And that's the thing is
Right.
the Constitution is actually written from the Bible. With
Well,
Right.
I know the gentleman that wrote the Bible. We don't have people that are that future seeing and intelligent today gathering to do good works as we did 250 some odd years ago, 300 years ago.
Well, you're just down on all of humanity, aren't you, Neil?
Yeah, he is.
No, after those 50 some odd guys, maybe.
And it's not that they were all good either.
And I'm really sorry to hear about your mom. Prayers for her to have healing, and for the loss of your brother also.
Franklin was actually known to be a womanizer and a drunk every time he went over to France, and he was our French ambassador of sorts.
Mm-hmm. And that's
I
the
like
thing
that tape.
is it was written for the people, we the people, to keep tabs on the government for any wrongdoing that they were doing. That is his personal relationship that doesn't have anything to do with running the country
Good to
per
see
se, but you would hope that they would have good values and morals to run a country like you would.
Well, our base, unlike other countries, and you can't deny us this, we are based off of a Judeo-Christian start.
Thank you, Snooks.
Like Iran, they're based off of an
Love you
Islamic
back.
start. So they have a totally different legal system than us because of their basic start of their system. Ours is based off a Judeo-Christian system. So we can't divert from that when you're looking at our system.
You think our judicial system is Christian? Just curious.
What I said was based off of a Judeo-Christian system. It's based off of what it is from the last administration's placement of judiciary people in positions based off of where they came from, known as a school called Harvard, which is why our president's going after Harvard so bad, because 20% of their students are foreigners. So what kind of law are you getting when you go to Harvard Law? If 1/4 of your students are not even American citizens, what law are they teaching? They're teaching other countries' laws, and these people are being put in positions of judgeships in our court systems. And that's why Trump's going after Harvard, because they have manipulated the judges in our systems to turn us against our own system.
Good to see you. Well, okay, but we can look at the judges, whatever the system was started off as, we can see the corruption that are in the judges now, like, I mean, even just the push on both sides where they're trying to make sure that they get their judges in. It shows how impartial they are, or how partial they are, how partial they are.
And the push for that is because in their eyes, the judicial system rules over all.
It's a tough one, Matt.
And that's not the correct order of things if you go by the Constitution.
And now you see the fight that we're actually having. If you look over the past couple of years, it's a fight between the judiciary and executive branch, and who has the power.
But I think that our judicial system has been messed up for a whole lot longer than just the past 5 years.
Right.
When we're putting people in jail just for having a piece of a joint, that is just wrong. Or taking their kids away from them for that. All of that.
Well, if you look at the base reason for them making marijuana, it was totally a morally wrong thing to do, and nothing legal about it other than getting certain political ramifications from an enactment of that law. So that law should be negligent to start with because it was fraudulent from the start.
Yes, but how do you make marijuana? It's a plant.
Same way you make roses and tulips.
Okay. I don't know.
If you look at the reasons why they came up with the medical law against marijuana, it was a politically initiated law against a certain group of people at a time in history where they saw this two certain groups of people as becoming an issue of power in the area of the country that they were prominent as far as population count. So they criminalized one of their recreational deeds to make them less powerful politically, and it stuck because it was profitable.
Interesting, Tate.
And it's all because of power and money.
Yep.
All of it.
Power and money. Reefer man.
Always.
It's all about money.
Right? Yeah, it always is.
See, I was going to be president for free, so that way you could say it wasn't about money. So vote for me in 2028 for POTUS.
Neil, I'm glad you're a legend in your own mind, but nobody's voting you.
Okay, Wingnet says the judicial system is not what it was started, which was common law. It is now a statutory, administrative, maritime admiralty law.
Under the bar.
Right.
Yes. Which is the British. Yes.
I really appreciate all the commentary in the chat, you guys. Great conversation on panel and in chat.
I know. They're doing some good ones.
Mm-hmm. And thank you, Tate. Appreciate the Cash App. Thank you for your support.
Yes, chessboard.
Heard that, Jerry.
Yes, he does, chessboard. That's why you need to buy silver, platinum, and crystallized osmium, like I say.
Right, follow the money, Wild Dragon.
Dang.
Agree, Jerry. Weed is medicine.
Well, see, if you look at the timeline of Reefer Madness and Rockefeller medicine and education and
Love that,
the way the American Medical Association squeezed out people who used more natural methods, and that applies to not just weed, it applies to a lot of things.
Herbs. Yes.
It couldn't be regulated, controlled, patented, all of that. And that is part of it, Jerry, for sure.
Tate says the duty of a true patriot is to protect his or her country from its government. Thomas Paine. It's a great quote.
Yep.
Chessboard, he absolutely preached about the money changers.
And
Snooks, I see you bugging him. He'll come up if he wants to.
how far back that went. Virginia. Wasn't that what they were calling the witches that would use herbs?
Oh, yes, yep, going even further back. And we've talked about this, a lot of people like maybe they use or consume like certain types of mushrooms or a certain mint for a stomach ache or a headache, or natural barks like aspirin. Salicylic acid is more or less white willow bark, I believe. But yeah, we'd be persecuted as people, and were long time ago for using what God gave us, right? And
Right.
That link I just put in the private chat is to the Gershwin Institute. And I want to say a little something. About 20 years when I did a search for the Gershwin Institute on Wikipedia, they came up with Max Gershwin was a fraud. And now it's coming up with, as you can see, http://www.cancer.gov. The government's saying it's an actual treatment for cancer. And if you do heavier research into Max Gershwin, it was totally a nutritional and holistic medicine, and he actually did cure people of up to stage 4 cancer. And it was made illegal in 1945.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of things like that out there, actually.
Talking about Dr.
especially
Sebi.
No, Max Gershwin.
Have you
Oh,
heard
I
of
know
Dr.
about him
Sebi?
too, right? Yeah, that's who I was thinking of. What?
Pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Robbie, I mean, I think that's a good point. He says, as much as everyone likes to complain, this country made it possible for me to get disability when I need it so bad by working and paying my taxes. I am rather badly disabled. And I think that's one of those issues where I think most people believe there should be supports in place for people that genuinely need it, and especially people like you who've paid into that system. The
Yeah.
problem comes with where the money's actually going, what percentage of the money's actually seeing the people who need it, rather than the bureaucracy that it gets or money laundering, whichever way you want to look at that.
It's money laundering labeled bureaucracy.
Right.
Most people who apply for disability get denied the first time. I don't know what your experience has been, Robbie, but I know I'm looking into it for my daughter because of her pain issues. And I mean, it's a well-known joke that unless you get a lawyer or an advocate, you will have your claim denied.
And at the same time, Elon Musk just discovered 6 million Social Security recipients from the ages of 125 to 240 years old. And here it is, an actual use case of someone needing that money that's having a hard time getting it.
Huh.
Yeah. I mean, and that's not even taking into account money that's going to, especially in the past few years, going to people who are here illegally, who aren't paying into the system or not paying as much into the system.
Oh my God. My cigarettes that I buy are for almost $15 in this state. My buddy right next door, he was on a worldwide tour. He was in Texas at some point in time. Said he picked up the same brand of cigarettes. It cost $7. So that means there's an $8 tax just on cigarettes out here in California. And all that money didn't go to anything good. It all went to illegal immigrants.
Well, that's like here in Washington, we have I think it's actually billions of dollars that are missing that it's just like, whoops, we don't know where it went. Oops. Sorry about that. And we have the highest taxes.
Pot sales. Where is it? It was supposed to go to education.
Yeah, not just that.
Ironically.
Right. Yes. And it's cost. I mean, it's not just that. That's just one area.
Yeah.
But, even like during COVID, when all the COVID relief funds and everything, our governor lost millions to supposedly to like scammers from Nigeria or some BS. And there was no accountability for that. It was
Come on, I'm still waiting for my check from the Prince of Nigeria.
Yeah.
That's horrible.
But, think about how much money is wasted and how much good it could actually do if it was going to people that really needed it. Or look at the veterans. I mean, we're talking about Memorial Day. Look at all of the veterans who have served and how horribly they're treated.
Have you heard what Trump just recently said about that?
Yeah, actually, I have a little video about that. Maybe we'll pull that one up next, just because we're kind of there. It's a quick one. But
Actually,
yes.
a very good use of resources. Finally.
Yeah, and I haven't heard a lot about this. I just kind of came across this short video, and it was right before this, so I didn't have a chance to really look into it too much. So I want to hear your commentary more about it afterwards. But let me get this link to Brian, and then we can pull it up. Okay. So I mean, I am all for, especially the money being saved. Any money, I'm all for any help towards veterans, full stop. But with all of the money that's being saved, supposedly, allegedly through Doge and everything, to me, it makes sense that a lot of that should go to our veterans, or going to services like this that we're talking about. But from some things I've heard, it sounds like it's going to be going towards more war.
That's because the side that's getting the money now is going to lose the money, and it's worth war to them.
Right. All right, here's a quick one.
Donald Trump just signed an executive order to transform the West LA VA campus into the largest homeless veteran housing facility in the country. Over 6,000 homeless vets could soon find shelter, medical care, addiction support, and job training, all on a 388-acre campus in one of the wealthiest zip codes in America. Here's the twist. This land was already supposed to serve veterans, but instead, parts were leased to UCLA's baseball team, a wealthy private school, and private companies. Leases a judge just ruled illegal. Trump's order not only ends those deals, it also reroutes immigration-related funding toward building the new Veteran Center. Supporters are calling it a long overdue reset, finally putting veterans first. What do you think?
So like I said, I haven't gotten a chance to dive into a lot more of that, but Neil, it sounds like you're a little familiar with it at least. And if anybody else has input.
Actually, that wasn't what I was talking about. Mine was nationwide. Money federally being spent nationwide on illegal immigrants was going to be converted over to taxpayers until they were totally taken care of. But what you're illustrating there, particular example of the egregiousness of the spending of the VA system that was used against our veterans for their care.
Right. And I think that there's a lot of ways that things are used against veterans. There's your mental health records are never clear, never, what's the word I'm looking for, where they're like wiped off your record, basically.
If you're crazy enough, they hide them for you.
What do you mean by that?
Use case. If you're needed, it doesn't matter, so they hide it.
Yes.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I do see what you're saying. But it would still be on your medical records, even if it's not something that's publicly made known. I'm not sure I'm following what you're saying then.
There's records that can never be found.
Not only that, I had a well, how do I state this? I had a bad felony, multiple felonies against me and towards another human being, and it all disappeared.
Why did it disappear, Neil? I'm still trying to follow. I'm trying to track what you're saying.
Essential.
Oh, okay.
Why did it disappear? Oh, I don't know who pulled the strings. All I know is that if you're important enough, things disappear.
Well, I mean, look at Joe Biden. He was supposedly just diagnosed. I mean, it's not mental health, although we could go into that too. He was supposedly just diagnosed with this prostate cancer. That's a slow growing cancer when he was just cleared in what was it? Just recently, he was supposed to have had a full physical and was cleared in good health,
Well, I mean, respectfully, Neil, you're not Joe Biden or any former president. Why would you be so
very much? I appreciate that. So I like you a little bit more now.
Yeah, I've heard that gas prices are going down. everywhere right now. Even here in Washington, they've gone down, but then they're adding a new tax that goes into effect in June. Here it's getting raised 6 cents a gallon, I believe. And then our state just passed the biggest tax increase in Washington state history. It's crazy here.
Yeah. When y'all were talking about the taxes, so when Texas started the lottery, I remember it was supposed to be for education, roads, stuff like that. It seems to go other places. I don't know what that's another thing I've been trying to look into. Also, tax, the sin tax, and so a part of that is supposed to go towards good things in the states, and that.
Yes, Cheryl. We might pull that up in a minute.
There's a lot of things that are going on that just seem what's the word? Contradictory.
Right. And sin tax is a good way to put it, Bonnie, because they did that here in Washington. Cigarettes are 12 to 15 bucks a pack, and it's taxes. Then you have, like your lottery, your scratch tickets and lotto. That's supposed to be funding that goes to something for the state, Then you have a really high tax on alcohol, like back maybe 15 years ago. I don't remember when it passed, but when I was a bartender, I used to always go to a private owned liquor store to get the cases I needed for the bar, right? Well, then Washington got lobbied really hard by like Costco and Walmart and all of that to, make it easier. We'll just sell it. It shut down all of those private owned stores, and the taxes. So let's say a bottle of vodka that was $10 is now 15, and they justify it that way for convenience. Oh, well, it'll be so much more convenient if recreational weed is available, or you can go to Costco for your vodka, or you can, cigarettes or this, and actually cigarettes, they really got people on tobacco. But the money's not going anywhere near where the voters were told it would go.
Right. I think that's across the board.
Yep. And
it sounds like cigarettes are the same price as ours here.
Oh, fraud.
They're $12 to $15 a pack.
Yep.
Depending on what kind it is. I know in the big cities, sometimes you can get them cheaper. I don't go to the big cities, so I don't know. It's been a long time.
Around here, they're
about 20 bucks a pack.
So I know smoking is bad for you, et cetera, but here's a fun fact, because this is all I got to contribute right now, that nicotine helps produce acetylcholine in your brain, which actually helps you learn faster and have improved concentration. Not that you should smoke. I mean, I do, but, but just that was an interesting fact that I had learned.
Right.
I have heard that nicotine is good for you, and
it can also kill you. Like nicotine in and of itself is poison if you take too much of it.
Stops COVID from working too.
I think it's the chemicals they're adding to it that work faster, but yes, it can.
It's the additives that, yeah.
Yeah, the actual health benefit of nicotine is it increases acetylcholine in your brain. Anyway, that's
some vegetables even have small traces of nicotine in them.
Right? Mm-hmm. There are some cultures that use tobacco in a similar way. We talked about sage earlier and incense and stuff like that. Tobacco is a sacred plant to indigenous folks, and You can use tobacco for pest control in your plants, like a tobacco tea. I mean, there's all
Yes.
Mhm.
all kinds.
Tobacco flower.
Yep.
Didn't they used to use it on wounds? Or
Oh, I could see that.
I could see it being having some astringent qualities for sure.
Yep.
I think same thing with our food system applies with what they've learned about how to create power through nuclear. The smaller you go, the easier it is to control, contain, and profit from. And I think we need to do the same thing with our food sources and not rely on any one building that has 500,000 chickens that supplies to 13 states. I think we should go back to, local county farms, controlling the food stock, because then you have a lot less chance of contaminations occurring.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to the market tomorrow. I'm gonna go see what they got.
Right.
The outdoor
the way to
market they
go.
have down on the Savannah River every Saturday.
yeah, I'm gonna go to ours too.
Yeah, Cheryl.
Yours is a lot bigger.
I just like seeing everybody out there mingling. I
Yes.
enjoy seeing that in itself.
Yeah.
Well,
It
Mo,
is-
there is the carbon credit tax, so even the air is
Yeah.
getting fined to some degree.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Silver Shelby.
You have to pay 0.3% more now.
What's up, Silver?
Right.
I haven't heard that. Foods have nicotine in them.
Yeah.
Some do.
Like certain varieties of potatoes, tomatoes.
Recreational.
I think some varieties of cauliflower. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know that. Yeah, I've heard, Jerry, I did hear some things come out that smoking nicotine could help possibly, or marijuana too. Who knows?
Flame on. Smoke them if you
Right?
got them.
Right. Puff, puff, pass.
The smoking light is on.
Yeah.
That's true, Chess. Yeah, and I think it was Cheryl that said rolling your own is the way to go, and I agree. I mean, I think that whichever you're talking about, weed or nicotine, then you know what's in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
There
why I
was a
grew up.
conversation earlier about mullein. How do you say that? Mullein?
Mullein, the plant
Yeah,
mullein.
and that you can
Yeah.
dry and smoke that as well. And there's some medical benefits allegedly.
Allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, know and research what your plants are naturally around you, good or bad. Because a lot of
Yeah.
your good ones, or even like mushrooms, they'll have a similar one, that looks real similar
Right.
to it if you don't know.
Exactly, wild dragon.
But it's good to know that type of stuff,
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's no money in them keeping us healthy or getting us healthy.
That's why it's up to us. We got to research and know that type of stuff.
Healthy
Mhm.
plants very seldom have pests. Just remember that. So the healthier you can keep your plant, the less pesticide stuff you'll have to use.
Yeah. Some of the plants that are good for us, the pests don't like. Yeah.
Hmm. I'm gonna have to look and see what it looks like. I don't even know.
Right.
Right, yeah, also cheaper. True, Cheryl.
I suggest everyone, if you plant anything near the root system, get some azospirillum and micros
Good to see you.
will help whatever it is you're planting hook up with the natural mycelia network in the soil, and it'll help your plant out.
Is
Yeah,
that true,
the
Wingnut?
soil
Wingnut said, oh, sorry, go ahead, V.
Soil biome is what Neil's referring to. That is a major part of it. Living soil.
Yeah. It's like living water,
Mm-hmm.
living spirit.
I feed my soil.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why compost and other natural fertilizers are so important. Wingnut says government has made it illegal in some places around the nation to even have a garden in your yard. I haven't heard that anywhere. Where is that?
Maybe
Wingnut?
certain restrictions or certain stuff like that. I mean, I I don't know, maybe all out illegal, but yeah, in certain areas it's definitely stricter than others for sure.
Right, Jerry. Yeah.
Under Obama federal I was saying, under Obama's, he did some federal regulations for his, who was it? It was the farming commission or something like that, to where if you had as much as one tomato plant or other type of food plant on your property, you had to have it registered and have access. Food and Drug Administration, that's what it was. You had to have it that plant registered with the local community, city or county, and you had to have a 24/7 access. FDA guys who wanted to come check on your plant, and so everyone who's growing actually now is violating the law that was passed under the
They put the big corporate restrictions and policies down on the small guy, the small farmer, or just somebody like me that grows just to, to have stuff to eat and then enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm not sure that it's fully illegal as much as that they expect you to register them.
Yeah, that makes, but in essence, that's how they do it. That's how they make it illegal. You know, it's like that sneaky property tax that you own your land until you don't, because they take it if you can't pay the taxes on it.
Now my tomatoes identify as peppers. They're bell peppers now. Can't help that. That's what they identify as.
Right.
Freedom of choice.
My tomato, my choice.
Yeah.
Okay, so Silver Shelby Stacker has a question for all of us. So what's everyone thinking of this big, beautiful bill, BS bill, these idiots came up with?
The big, beautiful bill.
Tax on tips, that bill, or?
It's the biggest. Some say it's the greatest.
It's one big bill, and yeah, there's a lot of parts to it. Yeah.
Is it more than 1,500 pages? Because I remember the one we had to pass if we wanted to read it.
That one wasn't beautiful, though, Neil.
No, it wasn't.
It was also 1,500 pages. That's what I'm saying. I think the whole point of the meaning of one big, beautiful bill was it was going to be like 50 pages or less, and it's going to cover everything to where it wouldn't need to be 1,500 pages long.
Could be.
We'll see.
Well, the more pages you have, the more regulative and areas you have to bureaucratically get paid extra money for achieving. And if you add all that in the budget, you could spread billions around to your friends.
So, Neil, what do you think about the gala?
What kind of gala? I'm thinking a dance. What kind of gala are you talking about, girl?
Trump's gala.
What is Trump's gala?
Have you seen that?
I haven't seen that.
He's have it held at the it's the golf course. Where's that at?
Good to see you, Debbie.
No, not
it's one of his properties. I think it's in Florida, isn't it?
Not sure where it's at. It's someone help me in chat. But it's so he put himself as a guest, and
have a good night, Nana. Much love.
The money it's costing just to go, it's like I'm gonna have to find it and share it.
Yeah, I haven't heard.
So what's the point? It costs a lot of money to be around Trump, or what's the point of it?
That's why I need to find it, because I can't remember. I just saw it today briefly, and the golf club is in Virginia. That's it. Crypto. That's the one. Thank you, Snooks. And so the highest.
Good to see you, D-Dog.
The highest crypto buyers were the ones that were able to go to this gala, and the top one is his name. If you remember, y'all would know it, and he's not a good person.
Funny thing.
like 72% of the attendees are foreigners.
Yeah, that's crypto is worldwide. It's not solely American, so I could understand that. What I find interesting is the Bitcoin conference going on in Las Vegas, and his son is at that.
Interesting. These are all untraceable funds.
Yeah, I like to listen to those sometimes, Deadpool, the different binaural beats. Yeah, I don't know, but I found one. You know, a lot of you know I'm a night owl, but I've been like really kind of having insomnia lately, and I found one that seems to really help me go to sleep. I mean, I don't know for sure that it's the music, but it seems to help.
You have to have noise to sleep? Oh my God.
I don't know what I have to have to sleep. I'm still figuring it out. I'm just not sleeping. But this one, you know, it's like the Tibetan bowls or whatever. They seem to help me.
Hey, D-Dog, did you see the video I shared last night?
From Debbie.
No, I haven't been doing much YouTube stuff. I've been a little busy. One of my neighbors put down one of his moo cows, and I've been shoving that bitch into jars.
There you go.
Right now. That's what they
Yep.
say.
We're at 430 quarts.
Wow. In Indy, that could be part of your problem if you're getting too much. It was talking about the overload of the computer, the phones, the things like disrupting sleep.
I've thought about that with the blue light, you know, that could be part of it. I think I've said this for like the last 3 weeks. I need to find my blue light blocking glasses and
That's why I
start
wear
using
my
them.
sunglasses at night.
There you go. Nice.
Everyone needs to see the light before their eyes.
Yeah.
Part of the lyrics.
So a lot of people in the chat are talking about the bill. I guess I don't know enough yet about what's included in that bill. Okay, what's the bottom say? Yes, your opinion matters, but not to me.
Nice.
Nice. Yeah. Okay, so Snooks said, did you see this comment, Bonnie? Is this what you were talking about?
Yes.
He had a dinner for the big time crypto buyers. Yeah. I mean, that's part of politics, is schmoozing. I mean, you know, that's not shocking to me. But, you know, I wish it wasn't that money ruled the decisions of our policymakers. Yeah, Al.
Yeah.
The top buyers of his Trump meme coin. Okay.
I knew if I saw a piece of it, I would remember.
Nice. I need that sign.
Most of it. And I thought you were coming up to adult us with constant.
Right. We're all looking for like wisdom from D-Dog.
Right. He says 0 fucks given.
You're looking at the wrong place.
That's what he's landed at. Perfect.
Nice.
Love it.
I feel like I need
Silver
a pair.
Shelby wants to know who here still believes in global warming. I do not. I think we're in natural process of different cycles.
I want to
I don't
listen to
fully
ZZ
understand.
Top right now. Is there any reason?
Believe in it when it's summertime.
Wait till you get to Maudie's comment.
Hey,
Yeah, I'm trying to catch up.
hey, Andy. I think I'm gonna drop out. I'm really tired. I was trying to make it towards the music, but I am very
Yeah.
very sleepy. I did put a link in the private chat to FLFE, which if you sign up for their service, I mean, give it their free trial, a test. But I have found it really useful for a lot of the Wi-Fi type drawbacks that come with being on computer and such. And
Okay.
you can use it like for your entire household so that everybody thinks better, has clearer emotions. It's It's a pretty
I'm
cool
gonna go ahead
study if you want to dig
I'm
into
definitely
it
gonna have to
and look
into
at that.
this. I'm gonna
Yeah.
drop this link from Carrie in the chat.
Yeah. Not an affiliate. I don't make anything off of it, but it
Right.
does. I've used it and it helps. It's kind of pricey, so I had to drop it. Well, it was pricey for me and where I'm at right
Good to
now,
see you,
but
Keys and Tans.
considering what I've noticed it helps
Welcome in.
with, it is a worthy investment.
Yeah. Thanks for coming up, Carrie. If you get a second wind, come back
We'll
up
see.
to music. Yeah.
I will. I'll see.
All right.
All right.
Have a good
Thanks. Bye.
Much love.
Good night.
And I'm pretty sure I got Carrie's link. Did I put it in there? Yes, I did. All right. Carrie's link is in the chat, so you guys can go and sub her up. She and the Falcro have a great show that they've been doing, talking about some kind of mental health issues. D-Dog, you might want to, make sure you're subbed. No, but and doing a book study too. A lot of great information.
I saw him holding the original signing pen. Did you see that? The feather. Is that what that was?
Oh, it's like the quill pen. I missed it.
I don't know. It's pulling up all kinds of
great stuff. Hey, Dee, thanks for coming up.
Yeah. I
Hey,
have
Dee.
a question for that dude over there. I have a question for that guy.
That one dude.
Yeah.
Hey, Dee.
Okay, ready? I got
Thanks,
a
Dee.
bad
Let me try
mistake here. I made a big boo-boo. Okay, ready to see it?
Uh-oh.
What has he got? A mullet? I can't see shit. I can't see on this thing. Okay.
That too, Cheryl.
Okay. This experiment right here has got me all stressed out right now.
Here, wait a second, Dee. I'll put you
I'm
up so we
all
can see you
stressed out.
better.
Okay. These are
Okay,
my
show us
tomatoes.
again.
These are my tomatoes. Some of them. Okay, some of them. But I only took a little section out and I already got all these and these and these and these and these. I don't need this many tomatoes. It's stressing me out. I only have this for it. So I don't know
you
what
need
I'm
more
gonna
tomatoes.
do.
You need more tomatoes.
Yeah, you
I
need
need
that
more
many to make
tomatoes.
sauce.
I need advice on how to plant these to get the most out of them without having to like lose a lot. That's my question. That's my question.
I recommend planting them in the ground.
I am going to plant them in the ground, but like, how big of a clump can I grab of it and still keep them all together? Because I'm not separating all these things. That's too many. See, I already did all that.
Plant one every 2 foot.
One big cluster.
One.
Cluster.
One plant.
One plant.
You can go ahead and do a cluster. The strongest plant will survive. No more than one will survive, but you'll get the strongest plant and probably a better tasting tomato out of that one.
Oh.
And
Darn it.
whatever
Well,
you don't plant,
yeah.
D, whatever you don't plant, just feed them to your dogs.
My dogs aren't eating tomatoes, man. Okay, that's it. I'm done. Thank you.
Love it, Dee.
Yeah, I love tomatoes. I make sure I plant a bunch every year.
I think one of the hardest things about gardening is thinning out your starts, because it's almost like, dang it, I've got all these starts and all these plants, whatever, but you've got to thin them out in order to get production, out of the mightiest of them, so it might be that you plant some and you got to get rid of them.
There's different
Gerald.
different growing styles for different species of tomato. I know there's one style of tomato you hang ropes down from above, and you can grow one every 4 to 5 inches apart, and you'll have to cut off excess, but you can train it to where it goes up that line, and you get just as many tomatoes as if you kept it a small bush. And you can put it's similar to an indoor style of growing that you could do in a greenhouse like that, depending on style of tomato, what type of tomato you have.
That's
Well,
what
the ones you're talking about are indeterminate,
But
and
we
they will
have-
keep
yeah.
growing as long as the temperature is favorable.
Yeah. You have to know
All I
the
grow
difference
are
between
the
determinate or indeterminate. Sure.
yeah. All I grow are determinate, and that's just a bush about 5 foot high.
Yeah.
And the only ones I
Right
grow
on
are Amish paste because they're good for a sauce or a slicer because they're about the size of a softball and in the shape of a Roma.
Kind of like a Romano tomato. They're used for tomato paste.
Yeah, just a lot bigger and a lot more meat.
Monty knows.
D-Dog, since we can ask garden questions now, the cherry tomatoes, I'm getting a bunch of them off the vine. Can I freeze them?
Only if you have a freezer.
I do.
I was going to say only if you can.
Smart ass.
Now, clean them very good,
Mm-hmm.
and then Ziploc bag them.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Make sure to boil them and take the skin off first. That way you have a nice paste when you pull them out.
No,
They're cherry tomatoes or snacks.
yeah.
Yeah, cherry tomatoes, you can't do the score and blanch.
Well, you can, but who's going to waste all that time?
Not
Right.
me.
It was a funny.
It's success.
Neil, I've had way funnier.
I got to go back into farmer mode to come up with more appropriate jokes.
I knew it was coming. I'm here. Yeah, we'll be starting music around 11-ish, 11 p.m. Eastern, Lisa.
Freezer bags. Thank you, Eric.
Yeah, and Bonnie, don't cheap out. Get the Ziploc freezer bags.
I have. That's
Moon. Good to see you.
oddly, that's one of the things I stocked up on whenever, we weren't going to be able to get anything ever again. And
Mhm.
I do reuse. And so I'm set.
I love that, Bonnie. She's like, screw the toilet paper. I'm getting freezer bags.
Good to see you, Eric.
There you
Thanks
go.
for being here.
Because you can
Freezer
put
bags.
anything in them to put in your go bag. You can put some clothes in Ziplocs. You can put, and then they're waterproof. There's reasons for that.
Oh yeah.
I have 6 watermelon going now. Wildlife Watch in the chat was saying he didn't have any luck with his.
I like all the conversation in chat about gardening and getting tips from each other. You guys, that's
Right
great.
on, Wolf.
I know.
Oh, I'm getting there. There you go, Al. That's acceptable. You know.
Right.
Thank you, Michael, for renewing your membership. Appreciate that, and good to see you here. And thank you so much for the donation. Really appreciate that. All your support. I have a song of yours coming up later, Michael, but the link is pinned at the top of chat if anybody else wants to come up and join for conversation. Awesome, Cheryl. Trying beefsteak tomatoes and purple Cherokee.
Yeah. I
Awesome,
grow
Doug.
purple
Nice.
Cherokee tomatoes. I like that variety.
Mm-hmm.
I like the Black Heart.
I thought I had more Romas, but they're mostly cherry tomatoes. But they're going crazy right now. So
Cherry
I'm not
tomatoes are great.
My little granddaughter loves them. That's when she comes, she starts looking for the cherry tomatoes because she knows I'm
Are
pulling
they
them off.
yellow or red?
Red.
Red ones? Right on.
That's awesome, Blue.
Yeah, when my grandbabies show up, they don't go to the tomatoes. They go straight over to the pea pods.
Oh
Nice.
yeah. Grew a bunch of them. I love them.
Yep.
Have fun, Deadpool.
Yeah.
Thanks for being here. Snooks, I've heard a lot of people saying they don't like tomato lately. Was that you, V, who was talking about that too?
100%. I'm just not a fan. It's not my thing.
Especially if they're like off, fresh off the vine, heirloom tomatoes. Oh, I love them. But the new ones, the ones, the GMO ones, yeah, they taste like water.
Food from the store
thanks,
and food
Michael.
from the ground tastes a lot different, in my opinion.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, for sure.
Tomatoes seem to be the one that I grow the best.
Good to see you, Larry.
Peppers and cucumbers are just kind of sitting there. I don't know what's up with them. The cucumbers have blooms all over them, but peppers aren't doing a thing. They're getting taller. That's about it.
There's something I learned about peppers. If you plant two of them like within 3 inches of each other, and you get a heavy wind or something going through, those two plants together will keep themselves upright, where one of them will end up, every now and then they'll get flopped over.
Monty, tell us how you really feel.
Well, mine are.
Yeah, that's awesome, D-Dog.
But, well, they're in separate pots. All of my vegetables are in containers. And my herbs.
Right.
Yep, and I can't remember who it was. They said something about grits. I make my own grits.
Yeah.
I've never had grits, but I've had polenta, which I found out is similar, apparently.
Grits are awesome with butter.
And
Close
sugar.
enough.
Yeah.
You're in the family.
Grits is
I
like a
grow
white corn, and polenta is more of a yellow corn.
Yeah, I grow Hickory King corn, which is a white dent corn, and the lineage goes back over 350 years. And
Nice.
these corn stalks are like over 12 foot tall, has two gigantic ears on them. And I do a little area in the garden, 15 foot by 120 feet. And last year I got 2,200 pounds of corn after I husked it all.
Nice.
Knee high by the 4th of July.
I know a lot of people love grits. I guess I don't know. I don't know anybody who
You're
makes
weird,
them.
Indy. Accept it. You're weird.
I'm from the Northwest. I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
it's
not
more of
common here.
a lot of people know about it, but it's more of a regional thing,
Yeah.
Like a lot of restaurants up
Nice,
north wouldn't
Pat.
serve it, but you go to a lot of restaurants here in the south and they will.
I just think Indy's weird.
I mean, you might be right. But whatever. I don't know. Oh, I'm not opposed to trying grits. I've just never had them.
Yeah, don't
Grits
be
is
anti-grit.
awesome food.
Yeah, and the corn that I picked it for a specific reason. It's a good anything corn. It's really good for making hominy or corn flour, cornmeal, cornstarch, grits. It doesn't matter. Just whatever you want to make out of it, you can easily.
Yep.
Yeah, you had me at grit, so the rest is just a bonus.
I like sweet corn.
I started growing it because of hominy.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, you can eat this as sweet corn when it's in the milk stage.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Jessica. Welcome in.
Hey, Jessica. And don't leave out the husks. You can do so much with the corn husks. Like my son just brought a bunch of tamales from a friend that made them, and you can find them in the stores pretty much anywhere usually the Hispanic section.
I got it blue.
Yeah.
But you guys remember back in the day, we all know about tamales, right? Wrapped in that. But
Yeah,
do you
shout
remember
out to tamale makers.
Well, you ever
Nice.
heard of a corn husk doll? Like kids would make dolls out of corn husks. And really pretty little, because they didn't have a ton of money. I mean, it was what it was, but
we make them.
Nice, Pat.
We've made Christmas ornaments out of them, like angels, little angels. Yeah, but We do make tamales.
Hey, Gigi,
Get your
good to
corn
see
cob
you.
pipes.
Yes.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, everything that normal people don't eat off of the corn, I dry it out, chip and shred it, and it goes back into the dirt.
There you go. Definitely reuse and repurpose. You already paid for it once.
Right.
But I paid for that corn
I know, Ducks. Lots of
12
food
years
conversation
ago.
tonight. It happens.
That's good to keep stuff like that going, man. So far in between.
Noxie cracked me up. She says, someone kisses my grits, I ain't eating them.
Some people would say that.
Right.
They used to have these shirts. You see the women around here wearing. Well, I imagine anywhere, but it was grits. It's called "Girls Raised in the South."
Yes,
Oh,
we have those here.
Oh, that's cute.
that is cute. The only Southern Girl shirts I remember said, "We don't sweat, we glisten."
Some people do say that.
Sparkle.
All right. Okay, let's go ahead and pull up. I have two more videos I want to make sure we play. This one ties in with what we were talking about. It's not very long. Brian, do you want to put this at 1.5 or 1.25? I think it'll still be okay to listen to and not quite so long. And I might cut it off a little short. But this has to do with Biden's cancer reveal and the footage that somebody had brought up earlier from a few years ago, where he slipped apparently and said that he had cancer. All right, go for it, Brian. Brian, let me know if you're having some technical difficulties or something. Maybe you stepped away for a minute. All right, let me see if I can pull this one up to do.
I mean,
Probably
this is
get
kind
back
of an
right by the time we figure it out.
Yeah, I think maybe he did step away. But it's an interesting thing because the level that it's at, the Gleason, I think, is 9 and metastasized to the bones and all of that. It makes no sense for that to have been just randomly diagnosed in a week, or whatever. I mean,
no, it doesn't add up. Right. Okay, here we go.
All right.
It had to put on their windshield wipers to get literally the oil slick off the window. That's why I and so damn many other people I grew up have cancer, and why for the longest time, Delaware had the highest cancer rate in the nation.
So he knew. I saw someone on Twitter say, no, that was a gaffe. Only in Washington, D.C. is it a gaffe when you actually tell the truth, because that's what he's doing there. So it turns out Joe Biden has cancer, but it's worse than that, because it turns out this has been an unbelievably huge cover-up. So here's what he says. Last week, President Joe Biden was seen for a new finding of prostate nodule after experiencing increased urinary symptoms. On Friday, he was diagnosed with prostate cancer characterized by a Gleason score of 9, grade group 5, with metastasis to the bone. While this represents a more aggressive form of the disease, the cancer appears to be hormone sensitive, which allows for effective management. The president and his family are reviewing treatment option with his physicians. So apparently Joe Biden, lucky he has the kind of cancer that keeps you from being indicted. You got to like that. And I'm not one of those comics who's gonna hit you while you're down with a comment like, and the biggest mystery of all is how cancer would have found its way to the a-hole of such a nice guy. But I will do an impression of one of those comedians. Okay. So here, guess what? So what's the big problem? The big problem is prostate cancer is the easiest cancer to diagnose when it first starts and to watch it progress to bone metastasis. The PSA blood test shows the rate of cancer cell growth. For even with the most aggressive form, it is a 5 to 7 year journey without treatment before it becomes metastatic. Meaning it would be malpractice for this patient to show up and be first diagnosed with metastatic disease in May of 2005. It is highly likely he was carrying a diagnosis of prostate cancer throughout his White House tenure, and the American people were uninformed. So the deep state, the establishment, the billionaires who actually run your country knew they had a demented guy. This is in 2019, 2020. They knew they had a demented guy who had prostate cancer, and they kept it from you because they needed to get power. They could not let Donald Trump win. That's what this is about. So Joe Biden was given a clean bill of health in July of just last year. How did they miss this? I guess they didn't give him the Diddy hard-boiled egg test. Anyway, here's Joe Biden. This is Joe Biden in 2022 slipping up and letting people know he has cancer. This is what a demented person does, forgets that they're supposed to lie. Here it is.
And because it was a 4-lane highway that was accessible, my mother drove us, and rather than us be able to walk. And guess what? The first frost, you know what was happening? You had to put on your windshield wipers to get literally the oil slick off the window. That's why I and so damn many other people I grew up have cancer, and why can't for the longest time Delaware had the highest cancer rate in the nation.
So he knew. I saw someone on Twitter say, no, that was a gaffe. Only in Washington, D.C. is it a gaffe when you actually tell the truth, because that's what he's doing there. Benny Johnson says this is the most dangerous cover-up in the history of the presidency. Last summer, White House physician Dr. Kevin O'Connor swore to the American people that Joe Biden was completely fit for the presidency. No issues, nothing to see. Well, we know he was lying for sure about his dementia. Because now all the books are coming out saying, oh yeah, they all knew in 2020 that Joe Biden was demented. We knew at this show in 2019. And it's very telling that we said Joe Biden was demented in 2019 and ever since. And no one ever did a video trying to mock us for that. People mock us for being right all the time. That was the one thing nobody tried to mock us for. Isn't that interesting? Advanced prostate cancer takes 10 plus years. So we already know this. Simple blood test, a prostate exam will give you a near 100% accurate results. You're telling me that the best doctors and testing on earth did not find Biden's cancer in all these years of testing? Was every medical report a lie? For how long? BS. This is the worst cover-up in the history of the presidency. Absolute scandal. They knew, they lied, they hid it for power. People need to be held accountable for this evil. That's why they lied to you about his dementia, and they lied about this for power. This is the stuff that they keep saying Donald Trump is the only guy who does that stuff. And so someone asked Grok, somebody asked Grok, so hey, is this true? Is this the kind of cancer they would have known about for years? He says, the question is whether someone can seem fine in July of 2024 when he had that exam with his doctor, but be diagnosed with advanced prostate cancer in May of 2025. Short answer, it's highly unlikely. And here's why. This is according to Grok. Prostate cancer, especially when it's advanced, like stage 3 or 4, doesn't just sneak up in 10 months. Advanced stages mean the cancer has spread beyond the prostate. Think nearby tissues or even bones. And that takes years, not months. Studies of prostate cancer often grow slowly, with a doubling time for PSA levels, a key marker, typically measured in years, not a single year. For someone to go from fine, let's assume that means normal PSA levels, no symptoms, and clean exams, to advanced cancer in that time frame, the cancer would have had to be missed entirely in July 2024, which is a stretch if proper screening was done. Now, the White House memo from Dr. O'Connor in July of 2024 claims Biden was fit, with no mention of cancer. Advanced prostate cancer often comes with symptoms, urinary issues, pain, or elevated PSA levels that would have been caught by a simple blood test or exam. These tests are pretty darn accurate, especially for someone under the care of a top-tier doctor like the president. False negatives happen, sure, but missing advanced cancer in a high-stakes patient like that, that's not just a whoopsie. That's either gross negligence or a deliberate cover-up. That's what Grok says. But could it happen? In theory, maybe, if cancer was super aggressive, like a rare high-grade type with a Gleason score of 9 or 10, and the patient ignored symptoms while doctors botched every test. But even then, 10 months is a tight window for progression to advanced without any red flags. More likely, if Biden's diagnosis is real, the cancer was there in July of 2024, and someone, whether O'Connor or the whole medical team, either missed it or hid it. Given the stakes, I'm leaning towards the latter. Power makes people do shady things. That's according to Grok. Brianna Joy Gray, former press secretary for Bernie Sanders, says, we're about to find out the cover-up was so much bigger than not disclosing Biden was lost during meetings. What a shameful, irredeemable party. Yeah. Yeah. Here's what Laura Loomer has to say. She says, Joe Biden sent January 6ers with cancer to prison and denied them medication. I'm not going to give up my dream of seeing him spend time in prison. Biden locked cancer patients up in solitary confinement. He set the precedent for himself. He didn't pardon himself, Biden, for prison. Now, that's why I would criticize Hunter Biden, not because he had a drug addiction. That's a if you shame someone for having a drug addiction, that's wrong. You shouldn't do that. That's actually shameful, right? Because they're but for the grace of God. What was shameful about the Bidens was that Joe Biden made he made criminals out of people like his son. Not only did he make criminals out of, but he bragged about making criminals out of the same behavior. We're supposed to have sympathy for Hunter Biden, and then he passed laws that locked them up in prison for decades. Joe Biden did that. So you're supposed to have compassion for Hunter Biden and his drug addiction, but Joe Biden only had compassion for his own son. He didn't have compassion for other people when they were drug addicted. In fact, he hated them, turned them into demons, and locked them up in prison for decades and bragged about it. So that's what makes Joe Biden a horrible person. And here's another thing. Everybody has sympathy for somebody with cancer. Nobody won't wish cancer on anybody. But that's what makes him an extra kind of horrible person. But that's why he became president, because he was that kind of horrible person, and he was willing to do the bidding of the war machine, the deep state, insurance companies, any criminal organization Joe Biden was willing to do the bidding for. Banks, the whole deal. And that's why he was allowed to become president. That's why not only was he allowed, but he was their choice. Okay. Here's what Caitlin Johnstone says. She says, none of the people wishing Biden well today have ever really stood for anything. Nobody who chides those who are celebrating his cancer diagnosis actually cares about human beings. They inhabit a different moral universe from the rest of us, one where politeness and decorum matter more than human lives, one where it's more important to preserve one's political image in the eyes of the establishment than it is to oppose an act of genocide, one where a rude tweet about a blood-soaked monster provides more outrage than daily footage of children ripped to shreds by Western-supplied munitions. Those who are applauding Biden's tumor today are obviously not saying that cancer is good. They are saying that Biden's victims matter more than the rules of imperial etiquette. They are saying that mountains of human corpses he created are of more significance than protecting the feelings of those who believe he's a swell guy. They are rejecting the empire's demand that they dehumanize and dismiss all those people who were killed, crippled, displaced, traumatized, and bereaved by the abuses of this fugitive from The Hague in order to demonstrate docility and obedience to their masters. When Biden finally dies, there will be people falling all over themselves to sanctify his image and grieve him as some kind of beneficent leader. And there will be those lining up to pee on his grave. The latter group will be of far greater moral quality than the former, no matter what they try to tell you. Well said. So there you go. You were lied to again on a scale you can't even imagine, and it was all done to keep you in the dark so that the people, the deep state kept control. The establishment kept control of the presidency and kept control of you. That's what it was all about. Come see us live in Los Angeles, Buffalo, Toledo, Montreal, Ottawa, Glasgow, man.
All right. Lots of interesting information there.
Yeah.
If you guys don't follow Jimmy Dore, you guys, I really suggest subbing to him. He is a comedian who is a liberal and has kind of come more middle ground, I'd say, in the last few years with everything going on with COVID. That was a huge wake up to him. And, you know, I don't agree with everything that he says, but he puts out a lot of great information and has a lot of good interviews with people who, you know, are involved behind the scenes. So I appreciate that he's seeking truth like the rest of us, you know?
Yep.
I mean, do you think that they were, because, I mean, Biden had to have known, Jill also, that there's just no way in that position. He didn't get physicals and everything. Do you think they were hoping he would get reelected and then pass, and then what's her face would have been grandfathered in? Do you think maybe that was something to that or no?
Could be.
I think it's very possible. Yeah.
I do too.
And Jerry, doctors are the leading cause of death. Right.
Yeah.
But we knew all along he was not fit.
Right, Gigi.
Right.
I am really torn. I'm really torn on the whole situation. I think, you know, I mean, there are people in here I know as well, if they want to say so, who don't even think that that's really Joe Biden. And I think there's actually evidence for that too. Look at the earlobe. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the same person.
Right. It doesn't look like the same person. But whether it is or isn't, this person that we're dealing with, I've often thought of Hyman Roth from The Godfather. And the timing of this fits right in with that. I've been saying that for years. I think that it's like a fake, like they're maybe even faking the level of his mental decline, because now what accountability will there ever be if he can't remember to answer questions about any of the investigations, and he's not responsible for any of the auto pen, you know, then how is there ever going to be any accountability for him? There's not. You know?
No. And that's what I was saying, even from the beginning, the inauguration.
Winning, Gigi.
I think he's been gone for a long time, actually.
Awesome, Cola.
And that's why we kept seeing so many different looking people. Because what if that's the reason the military turned their back on him, was because they knew he was not who we were being told he was.
Interesting. Maybe.
Yeah, I remember seeing that footage several times of the military allegedly not following, you know, the standards for how to treat a sitting president.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Really quickly, I saw this quote for this comment here from Cola. For those of you who don't know, The Best Life, Billy, he hit 1,000 subs. He shows himself making knives and other things as well. And I'm really excited for him that his channel is growing. I'm going to drop his link in the chat in a minute. And he's doing a knife giveaway coming up, which is pretty awesome.
Congrats,
Thanks, Lola.
Billy.
That's
Yeah.
awesome. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Yep. We've been pushing for that 1,000.
Yeah.
I'm glad he got there.
You put that in. Okay. All right. The link is in the chat. Go sub him up if you're not already. Right. Okay. So Snook said that I don't like Biden, but I don't like this for him. He went through elder abuse during his presidency because of effing Jill. Arrest her. Yeah. I mean, I agree. But, okay. So that's interesting because Trump, remember, he ran under the whole lock her up about Hillary Clinton.
Mhm.
Right before he was, obviously nothing happened with that. There was no accountability ever there. And people can make all sorts of excuses, but the fact is there wasn't. And when right before he was elected this last term, he said there were a couple interviews with him, but one in particular where he said he was basically asked about the locker up, and he said he didn't think that a wife of a president should ever be prosecuted. He thought that they should have immunity with their husbands.
Yeah.
And I was thinking, well, what is Melania going to be up to? That he's saying that, which I still wonder, but maybe it was more about Jill. I hadn't thought about it for Jill.
Yeah, that's an interesting point.
Yeah. Thanks, Dux. Appreciate you. Yeah, and I'm at 2.01 subs now, so I think YouTube's going to let me keep them.
Probably because the wives, they're going to know a lot of things that we wouldn't know. So that's probably why he's asking for immunity for them.
Good to see you, Rune. Okay, I guess there's some that I can see some validity to that, if they have, well, and there's also the whole, you can't, isn't there a law that you can't testify? You can't be forced to testify against your spouse?
I don't think
true?
Yeah, it's the Fifth Amendment. It falls under the Fifth Amendment that you can't testify against your spouse. I mean, you don't have to, because you can plead the Fifth, because under the law you become one entity.
Oh, okay. I can see that.
You see what I mean? Yeah.
I was thinking abusive
Awesome,
husband.
Rune. I'll check that out.
Bye. I don't know.
Oh, I like that quote there, Blue. Reminds me of a story that's too long to tell, but I like it. Devil Dog, thank you so much. He said, thanks, Indy, for what you do. Someone match me, mother cluckers. Thanks, D-Dog. Appreciate that. You do, in fact, rock. Blue said, Jimmy Dore, little Bernie Sanders lefty, and I only liked about 70% of what he said. Over time, he's awakened, and now I like about 98% of what he says. Yeah, he looked familiar to me, but I didn't really start listening to him until he'd already kind of come, was already awakening, whatever you want to say, becoming more aware. And I honestly haven't listened to much of his comedy, so I don't know how funny he is, other than, he cracks jokes here and there when he's sharing news. But I think he's to me, he seems like a genuine person who's truly trying to get the truth out there, not a grifter, and he sacrificed a lot by speaking out against things that others were being censored for, and even in his industry. So yeah, I have respect for that.
And didn't Biden also have a couple of aneurysms?
I believe so. But was that during his presidency or before?
Well, there was something he was in the hospital for during his pregnancy. Presidency.
You cracked me up.
That was so funny.
I mean, it is 2025, so.
Oh, Lord.
Right, Mary?
And
Is Kurt his sidekick, Blue? I can never remember his name.
Any
Sorry,
president
Bonnie.
has the best doctors money can buy. And so even that they wouldn't diagnose him with dementia when it was clearly what was going on. So many of us have seen it with our parents. And so why the big cover up? Why? It reminds me of that movie where the president had an aneurysm or something. They stuck him in the basement, kept him on life support, stuck in a.
Thank you, D-Dog and Snooks. I appreciate it, you guys. Thank you. Sorry, Bonnie, keep going.
And it just kept it running.
Yes, I know what movie you're talking about. I can't think what it was called.
I can't either.
It was kind of like Weekend at Bernie's, but it was a president.
Was it Dave?
You might be right. Dave keeps coming in my head. Yeah, you might be right there, Bonnie. Someone in chat
I'm
might
right there
know.
with you, Blue. Yeah, I'm behind, so I'm not going to find it for a couple minutes, but if you guys see it, shout it out.
Jerry said yes.
Yeah, I think you're right, Dave.
Jill, the babysitter, right, Pat? Yeah, DC was above the law, like the Vatican and the City of London, right, Jerry?
Yes.
100%, Jerry.
The Murrah building? I don't know what that is, Robbie. Do any of you know?
Murrah building was holding evidence against Hillary from Whitewater. Is that a building that was taken down? That's what I'm
Interesting.
thinking.
Yeah. I'll have to look into that, Robbie. I'm not familiar.
Maybe that was building 7. I'm not sure. Yeah, tell us, Robbie.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Blue says you can't. Oh, maybe. You can't be forced to testify.
Put it in OKC. I want to correct from building 7. Sorry.
So that's what that building was that had the evidence?
Yeah, the Murrah building is OKC. Yep.
Okay. Right. Rune says he's in Norway and he says it's so hard to know what to believe in the news. Yeah, well, it's definitely true here too, Rune. I pretty much believe the opposite of what's in the news.
Yeah.
Right, Cheryl, and that's a good point. I don't think the Bible or taking an oath means much to them. Remember that weirdness too, where Trump didn't put his hand on a Bible when he was sworn in? I still don't know what that was about.
Well, did Justice Roberts kind of take a few steps back and not make it easy or accessible? Because
Melania was
like
I have seen some.
Wasn't Melania holding it?
She did.
Here, yeah, I agree with you.
It was too big.
I've heard that, Pat.
Yeah, she was late, just by a little bit of time that he already started his oath before she lifted it up. So he didn't put his hand on it because that it's just a weird thing when you do it that way.
Okay. So there's precedent for that before?
I don't know. It just doesn't look right after you start something to get involved in something else.
Yeah.
If you actually look at the replay,
you
you can see that
that.
he's already like 10, 15 seconds into taking his oath when she actually showed up with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. Good to see you, Ridge Runner. Thanks, Imir. Appreciate the support, everybody. All right.
Once
Okay.
you start an oath, you can't go in the middle of the oath and then put your hand up. You know what I mean? Like that.
Yeah, like what if, but yeah, exactly. It's just weird. It is really kind of weird. Yeah, I'm seeing all these comments about they're talking about Joe dying before, and I've heard that too. I don't know. You know what we're going to be watching soon backstage is Ayn Rand's Atlas Shrugged, which I just found out they're making. I don't think it's out yet. They're making a sequel to. But I think about that often with all the people that are disappeared or maybe allegedly have died, or those that have died that we don't think really have. I mean, I don't know. It seems to fit really well into that story. Shamrock, much love to you, sis. Good to see you. Hope all is well. Yeah, how united is the United States now, right, Rune? That's the question, you know? I hope that we're more united than we're allowed to know, you know? And I think that we are. Yeah.
Mhm.
And especially, you know, as more time goes by, I think there are more people that are, you know, waking up, if you want to say it that way. Like, you know, there are a lot more people. I don't think I'm going to have time to play it tonight, but, you know, this is actually pretty big news. The vaccines have been taken off of the schedule for those who are healthy, who are under 65. That just happened, and that's huge. But there's a, you know, big loophole in it where if you have any kind of health issue, and a health issue can even be being pregnant, which is pretty disgusting because they've never been tested other than in the long-term trials that we're all in right now. But or if you're obese, if you're there's like mental health issues that they consider. So there's a lot of loopholes if you want to get it. But I mean, at this point, if you're wanting to get it, you know, that's I believe in freedom of choice. I just don't like it being pushed, and especially on the kids, you know. And the last thing I saw that did you know until now, until this just went into effect, and I'm guessing it'll still take a while to get it taken off of it, on the vaccine schedule, a 9-month-old should have already received 3 COVID vaccines at 9 months old. That makes me like so pissed.
Oh, that makes me sick, dude. That's infuriating.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I might play some more information about that next week, and hopefully there'll be more information that comes out over this week too about, you know, how that's going to be implemented and what that's really going to look like. But I think it is a step in the right direction, at least, that they're no longer pushing it, or even, you know, offering it in the same way to those who are under 65.
That is diabolical, man.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, we're living through a genocide, like a global genocide that many people still are completely unaware of. And I do think that a lot of what we're seeing is distraction from that.
Fear.
Thanks, Blue. I know I'm behind. Yeah, fear for sure.
Each side has a fear, you know, like one side is like, what are you afraid of? Just get poked. And the other side is like, the government's not here to help. And that doesn't mean it's fear. It means like, I don't have enough information.
What's funny though is how things have flipped, because it used to be that the liberals and progressives were against not big government, but against like the man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, damn the man. Fuck him.
Right.
Yep. Yep.
And yeah, and it's just I didn't see that, Six. But yeah, and I mean, I just think it's interesting how like the electric vehicles issue. I mean, that's just another example. How everybody on the left was like all for the, you know, climate aspect of electric vehicles and loved Elon, and then it shifted completely. And now people on the right are more apt to be buying Tesla vehicles than the people on the left. But people on the right, most of them don't believe in the push for electric vehicles. So I don't know. Kind of followed my belief that it's all one big game being promoted by the same people, and we're all getting, you know, herded the same direction.
Because it's like I saw something. RFK Jr. was going against that, with the mRNA, and but then here you're saying that, and then I saw that some study was being done.
Good to see you, Ozark.
The myocarditis. That, yep. That it was most prevalent in males
Thank you, Blue. I'll add it.
It was 16 to 25 was the age, and which we know, I mean, so many things are coming out that is so contradictory. Where's the truth?
Right.
I just can't believe that with the babies.
Right, Wayne.
It just makes me.
Yeah, absolutely. Silver Shelby Stacker. And there's an owl involved in it too. There's like very much a layout, a purpose behind all of the layout of DC. Right, Pat? Yeah. I don't know if you mean in death or if you mean just, have been separated from or no longer communication with people trying to wake them up. But yeah, I think that a lot of us, I think that's a lot of why so many of us are involved so much on YouTube, because we were alienated from people in our in-person lives, whether because of their fear of COVID and lockdowns and that kind of isolation, or differences in opinion as, people were starting to question the narrative more.
I'm making a documentary.
Smart. Yeah.
We'll call it the Big Beautiful Documentary.
Do it. I love it.
The most biggest and beautiful documentary you ever did see.
I love that, Al. I have not read the book, but I should. I was gifted some books recently, and hoping to jumpstart into reading after our move. I've been collecting quite the library, and I know I've talked about this several times, but the only books I read are beginning chapter books to my kiddos and their books, and that's about it. And I miss reading. I used to read all the time. All right. There are a couple more videos I want to pull up tonight for Memorial Day. This is one of them. I've played this here before, and I just thought it was fitting for Memorial Day. It's the story of the original story of the Star-Spangled Banner, and I thought it ties in well with remembering those who gave their all. Here we go.
There was a lawyer once. His name was Francis Scott Key. He penned a song that I'm sure you're aware of. You've seen it. It's in most hymnals throughout our churches. It's called the national anthem. It is our song as an American. We go, however, to a ball game. We stand in our church services and we sing the words of that song, and they float over our minds and our lips, and we don't even realize what we're singing. Most of us have memorized it as a child, but we've never really thought about what it means. Let me tell you a story. Francis Scott Key was a lawyer in Baltimore. The colonies were engaged in vicious conflict with the mother country, Britain. Because of this conflict and the protractedness of it, they had accumulated prisoners on both sides. The American colonies had prisoners and the British had prisoners. And the American government initiated a move. They went to the British and they said, let us negotiate for the release of these prisoners. They said, we want to send a man out to discuss this with you. They were holding the American prisoners in boats about 1,000 yards offshore. And they said, we want to send a man by the name of Francis Scott Key. He will come out and negotiate to see if we can make a mutual exchange. On the appointed day, in a rowboat, he went out to this boat and he negotiated with the British officials. And they reached a conclusion that men could be exchanged on a one-for-one basis. Francis Scott Key, jubilant with the fact that he'd been successful, went down below in the boats, and what he found was a cargo hold full of humanity, men. And he said, men, I've got news for you tonight. You're free. He said, tonight I have negotiated successfully your return to the colonies. He said, you'll be taken out of this boat, out of this filth, out of your chains. As he went back up on board to arrange for their passage to the shore, the admiral came and he said, we have a slight problem. He said, we will still honor our commitment to release these men, but it'll be merely academic after tonight. It won't matter. And Francis Scott Key said, what do you mean? He said, well, Mr. Key, he said, tonight we have laid an ultimatum upon the colonies. Your people will either capitulate and lay down the colors of that flag that you think so much of, or you see that fort right over there, Fort Henry? He said, we're going to remove it from the face of the earth. He said, how are you going to do that? He said, if you will, scan the horizon of the sea. And as he looked, he could see hundreds of little dots. And he said, that's the entire British war fleet. He said, all of the gunpowder, all of the armament is being called upon to demolish that fort. It will be here within striking distance in a matter of about 2.5 hours. He said, the war is over. These men would be free anyway. He said, you can't shell that fort. He said, that's a large fort. He said, it's full of women and children. He says, it's predominantly not a military fort. He said, don't worry about it. They said, we've left them a way out. And he said, what's that? He said, do you see that flag way up on the rampart? He said, we have told them that if they will lower that flag, the shelling will stop immediately. And we'll know that they've surrendered, and you'll now be under British rule. Francis Scott Key went down below and told the men what was about to happen. And they said, how many ships? He said, hundreds. The ships got closer. Francis Scott Key went back up on top and he said, men, I'll shout down to you what's going on as we watch. As twilight began to fall, and as the haze hung over the ocean as it does at sunset, suddenly the British war fleet unleashed. He says the sound was deafening. There were so many guns that there were no reliefs. He said it was absolutely impossible to talk or hear. He said suddenly the sky, although dark, was suddenly lit. And he says from down below, all he could hear the men, the prisoners, saying was, tell us where the flag is. What have they done with the flag? Is the flag still flying over the rampart? Tell us. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours into the shelling, every time the bomb would explode and it would be close to the flag, they could see the flag in the illuminated red glare of that bomb, and Francis Scott Key would report down to the men below, it's still up. It's not down. The admiral came and he said, your people are insane. He said, what's the matter with them? He said, don't they understand this is an impossible situation? Francis Scott Key said he remembered what George Washington had said. He said the thing that sets the American Christian apart from all other people in the world is he will die on his feet before he'll live on his knees. The admiral said, we have now instructed all of the guns to focus on the rampart to take that flag down. He said, we don't understand something. Our reconnaissance tells us that that flag has been hit directly again and again and again, and yet it's still flying. We don't understand that. But he said, now we're about to bring every gun for the next 3 hours to bear on that point. Francis Scott Key said the barrage was unmerciful. All that he could hear was the men down below praying. The prayer, God, keep that flag flying where we last saw it. Sunrise came. He said there was a heavy mist hanging over the land, but the rampart was tall enough. There stood the flag, completely nondescript, in shreds. The flagpole itself was at a crazy angle, but the flag was still at the top. Francis Scott Key went aboard and immediately went into Fort Henry to see what had happened. And what he'd found had happened was that that flagpole and that flag had suffered repetitious direct hits. And when it had fallen, but men, fathers, who knew what it meant for that flag to be on the ground, although knowing that all of the British guns were trained on it, walked over and held it up humanly until they died. Their bodies were removed and others took their place. Francis Scott Key said what held that flagpole in place at that unusual angle were patriots' bodies. He penned the song, "Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? Or the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that the flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?" The debt was demanded. The price, it was paid.
Always a good reminder, I think, that video. Yeah, and Michael, thank you for your input. I appreciate hearing from you.
Well, that
Who
was
says
deep.
it's all an illusion? Yeah. I don't know. It's hard to know what's true, but I think the American spirit is true. I think that the, basis for our Constitution is true. I think that
Shout
many
out to
people
Jose.
sacrificed to fight for the freedom they believed in, whether it was true or not. And if enough of us are going to fight for that, that's what we want, I think there's enough of us to make it happen, whether it was legitimate before or not, really. Right.
Yep. Indy, I got to take off pretty soon, but I'd like to share some stuff with you. You homeschool your kiddos, right?
Yep.
This is a great book.
Hold on. Let me get you to where I can see you a little bit better. The Miracle of America. Okay. Birth of a Nation. Great. Awesome. Thank you.
It's got some, nice images for the kiddos to paint.
Yeah, I'll definitely look into that. Thank you.
And then there's this one. This is my teacher pack. I give these to
Oh.
teachers who want to actually teach their kids.
Interesting.
Fantastic.
Yep. And there's a bunch of different activities in here.
Thanks for recommending these. This is great.
And this little itty bitty thing. It's I Love America.
Mm-hmm.
Ages 4 to 7. And it just has a couple pages.
That's a thick book.
Amen, Cheryl.
And then I Love America Volume 2, which is for the older kids up to seniors.
Okay. Great.
Yep. And here. And you get all of them. Let's see if I can do this.
National Center
For
Constitution.
Constitutional Studies. Great.
Yep.
Nice website.
nccs.net.
That's awesome. Thank you for the resources. That is great.
Yep. I get a lot of stuff from them. Yep. That's where I buy my pocket constitutions. I hand out 1,000 of them every month.
Thank you, D-Dog.
Yeah.
Yeah, Shamrock asked, do you sell these books at all? Or these are just the ones that you found to be the most helpful?
These are this organization is one of the best that sticks with Constitution and what it actually is and what it says.
Mm-hmm.
Where it, like Hillsdale is a good resource, but they spend too much time talking about government rather than Constitution, because they start off doing a nice Constitution course and then they get all wrapped up in the progressivism instead of sticking with the Constitution course.
Yeah. Well, that's, part of how the schools get a lot of their funding, by complying to all of that,
But Hillsdale gets zero government funding at all, not from the state.
No,
or
I
the
was just
Fed.
meaning in general. Yeah, no, Hillsdale seems to have a lot of great resources from what I've heard.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I like their Bible classes the most.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, I gotta take off and stuff. And my final thought is, if you don't know your rights, you're being cornholed.
Yeah. Always a good note to end on, D-Dog.
Nice.
That's how he always ends it. I love it.
Wonderful.
Yep. Right, Robbie?
He's right though. Hillsdale College, I've got it saved actually in my tabs. It's free. It's called a college, but it's all free sort of courses on various things from the Constitution to history or whatever you're looking for. Highly recommend Hillsdale College online courses.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for coming up, D-Dog, if you're still listening, and have a great night. Appreciate you always.
Never a dull moment.
Right. Yeah. I like the glasses. Yeah. All right, you guys. Well, I think it's about that time. I have one more little video, and then I have some patriotic and different songs for Memorial Day as well, before we get into just kind of regular music. But any final thoughts from anybody up on panel before we kind of shift gears a little bit?
Right.
We can love our country and not worship the government. That's what I'm tasting right now.
Absolutely. Well said. That's a good way to sum it all up.
Oh, y'all, even if you don't let me back.
Right.
Yeah.
Said the government.
Shamrock says, love that we can all meet in this group, chat, laugh, cry, and learn from each other. Absolutely. Yeah. And Shamrock, thanks for being a part of it this whole time.
Just keep still and do not comply.
Yeah, do not comply. Thanks, Robbie, for being here.
Thank
F
you.
The government. That works too, Wayne.
Right, Wayne?
Yeah.
Poetic, Wayne.
Stand for the flag, kneel to the cross. I like that, Pat.
Yes.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and play one more video here. It's a short one, and it's called Remember the Fallen. And then we'll jump into music. The link is pinned for any musicians who want to come up to join. All right, here we go.
Thank you, Andy.
Celebrate their courage. do you picture? Here's you. Here's Daddy. See, Rooster's happy because I gave him extra treats. Just don't tell Daddy. Just so you know, I love you and I miss you. This is Daddy. This is me. And this is Mommy.
You smile? Maybe. You never smile for Daddy. There we go. She's gorgeous.
Look at Daddy.
Hey. Oh, there we go.
All right. Thanks again to everybody who was up here for the conversation tonight. A lot of really great topics covered, and appreciate you all for being here on panel and in chat. Okay, we're going to go ahead and shift gears into music. The first song that I'm going to play is by Synthworks, and this one is the Sacrifice of War theme. And I hope you guys love it. Synthworks always does a great job of conveying tons of emotion, and I think that this is no, exception to that one. A lot of great imagery in this one too, so make sure you're watching your screen. All right, here we go. The Sacrifice of War. Beautiful synth works. Really love that. Captures a lot of emotion in that music. A lot of great quotes coming out in the chat too. Appreciate you all. Yeah, I hear that, Al. Reminds me of Enya too. Yeah, absolutely. Good to see you, Navy Vet. Thanks for being here. All right, we're going to keep the music going. We're kind of sticking to a Memorial Day theme here at the beginning of music, at least. But the link is pinned for anybody who wants to come and join us. If you're a musician and you want to perform live, you are more than welcome to. If you'd like to just come up and talk and we'll share your videos, that's another possibility too. So come and join us. Yeah, agreed, John. The battle is not amongst ourselves. Right? Kinger, good to see you here. Thanks for coming out of lurking. Appreciate it. And a shout out to all the lurkers and replayers. Appreciate you all. Amen. Ridge Runner, I defend my God, my family, and my country. All right. Okay, this next song is by, it's a cover of Mad World, which I thought was fitting for today, or for this weekend. And this is a cover by Anna Weatherup. She's amazing, you guys. Please go sub up her channel. She has a new album she's working on. It'll be coming out. And this is a cover, and her voice is incredible, and she's amazing on this as well. But her original songs are really beautiful. So go check her out, you guys. Here we go.
All around me are familiar faces, worn-out places, worn-out faces, bright and early for the daily races, going nowhere, going nowhere. Their tears are filling up their glasses, no expression, no expression. Hide my head, I want to drown my sorrow. No tomorrow, no tomorrow. And I find it kind of funny, find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, find it hard to take. People run in circles is a very, very mad world. Mad world. Children waiting for the day they feel good. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Made to feel the way that every child should. Sit up and listen, sit and listen. Went to school and I was very nervous. No one knew me, no one knew me. Hello teacher, tell me what's my lesson. Look right through me, look right through me. And I find it kind of funny, find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, find it hard to take. People run in circles, it's a very, very find it kind of funny, find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a bad world.
Beautiful, beautiful cover of that song. Again, that's Anna Weatherup. You guys go check her out. Yeah, we were talking about that a little bit earlier, Shamrock, that it is weird to say happy Memorial Day. Kind of an awkward thing to do. Yes, thank you to any veterans who've served, and especially, we're thinking of the family members who've survived, those who made the ultimate sacrifice. Mike, good to see you. Thanks for coming up. I'm not sure if you can hear me right now. I'll keep going just in case. I think it stepped away for a sec. All right. Yep. Thanks, Mike. All right, Mike, I can hear you, but your volume is really low on your mic.
Hello.
Oh, no, there we go. Maybe you're just far from it. Now I can hear you. Thanks for coming up.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, as always.
Yeah. Oh, sorry to hear that, Robbie. Too many were affected by that, that's for sure. I'm glad you guys love that song as much as I did, that cover. Billy, good to see you, cool kid. Okay. All right. Mike, if you don't mind, I'll go ahead and pull up one more song and then we'll go to you.
Good for me, yeah.
I like that, Snooks. Blessed Memorial Day instead of Happy Memorial Day. I like that. That's a good way to do it. Yeah. Okay. This next song is beautiful. It's called Talking to Your Chair. It's by Doorways into Music. Many of you know her. And the lyrics in this just hit home for me. So here we go.
I've been talking to your chair, but it never answers back. It seems to lack all of the knack for conversation. You could have left your new address. All my questions get returned. No one ever answers them, like where are you? And I wish that I could see you again. How I wish that I could see you one more time. Hold your hand, see your smile, talk with you, talk with you. But all that I can do is hold you in my heart and search for you in there when I can't find you. Still I wish that I could see you again. How I wish that I could see you one more time. And I wish that I could see you again.
What a really beautiful, beautiful song. Welcome, Red Horse. And yes, I agreed. Great voice, Joey. Beautiful. And yeah, I know, another tearjerker. There's a few of those coming up tonight. Fair warning, everybody. But, you know, this is the time for that. Really? Yeah, absolutely, Wayne. Thanks for being here. Nice, Jerry says lighter lit. Yeah. Yeah, you guys, we know Doorways into Music. You know, if you would go and sub her up, I'd really appreciate that. Show support. If you leave a comment, it's more likely your sub will stick, so they say. Great. Okay, Mike, are you there? All right. Oh, you're muted. But if you are ready, then we'd love to hear from you. Thanks for coming up.
Yeah, I'm ready. Thank you. Oh, the
Great.
mute always gets me.
I know, right? It happens.
All right, so blessed Memorial Day, everybody. As Snooks
Yeah.
would say, that was nice.
Right? It's a good way to word it.
So sticking with that theme, I have a song that I wrote. It's called Triumphant Motivation.
Great.
And it is an ode to our veterans, so I figured it would be fitting to play that tonight.
Perfect.
So here
Thank
we go.
you.
Thank you. Here we go. Come forth, come here, I'll speak the truth. We're growing old within our youth. For a time, let's celebrate and laugh. I'll speak the words, hold up your glass. To all who fought and died for us, you're in our thoughts and in our hearts. We'll fight until the debt is paid, justice done and freedom saved. It's triumph to triumph for every day. Motivation is taken, then given away. It was we who desired peace and would not retreat. When it's gone wrong, we must be strong in defeat. There's cheer behind your eyes, I say. It's good to know you turned out okay. I've yet to find my look of cheer, but I'll smile to you as if I care. If too bold, don't apologize. If too shy, won't you sympathize? I'll make it clear, both shy and bold, then strive and drink until we fold. It's triumph to triumph for every day. Motivation is taken, then given away. It was we who desired peace and would not retreat. When it's gone wrong, we must be strong in defeat. It's triumph to triumph for every day. Motivation is taken, then given away. It was we who desired peace and would not retreat. When it's long gone, we must be strong and believe. I believe. I believe.
Mike. That was great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great song. That's an original, Mike?
Yeah, that's an original. It's called
Fantastic.
Triumphant Motivation.
I like it. Good fit for tonight, for
Cool,
sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. You able to stay up for a little bit?
Yeah, for sure. I'll do a couple more if you get time for me.
Okay, great. It's a short rotation right now. Link is pinned if anybody else wants to come and join us.
All right, I'll hang out.
Awesome. Thank you, Mike. Okay. Much love to everybody who's still here and hanging out in the chat. Appreciate you all. The link is pinned if any other musicians want to come up to join us for either karaoke or indie musicians. You are more than welcome. We're kind of sticking with the patriotic and Memorial Day theme for the beginning, but then we'll open it up to any music, really. All right. This next song is by Michael Lanthier. He was here in the chat earlier. This is Blooding Redux, and I believe that this footage is footage that he took himself in service. Here we go.
Nitrous sawdust still in the air. Next comes the smell from the blood everywhere. Going white eyes for the SSCI. Start making men out of the boys we brought tonight. I don't want to go home. You heard me, I said I'll never go home. I don't ever need to go home. I already found my home. So gather the boys and bring them inside. The plans tonight shouldn't be a surprise. And the wine rise up in the minds and blood and creates the tide to bind. I don't ever want to go home. I swore that I'd never go home. I promised so many other men. I promised him I'd never go home. I promised to so many men. I promised him I'd never come home. I don't ever want to go home. You ain't ever gonna get me home. I don't ever want to be home. There's so many men waiting for me. I can't take the stop at my home.
But did you know that you could perhaps kill somebody?
Yes, but I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
Yeah, powerful song for sure, Michael. Thank you for putting your music out there and also sharing a lot of your own experiences with us. Appreciate you. Yeah, you guys go sub up Michael Lanthier, Wolf 7 Music. Check out his original music and as well as some covers. Great. All right, Navy Vet, I got that video. Thank you. I'll add it to the list for tonight, hopefully. All right. Okay. Yeah, sick guitar skills, right? I know. Yeah, and I agree with you, Snooks. All right. Just catching up in the chat here, everybody. Right, Apple Dumpling? Glad you're listening. Okay, agreed, V. All right, this next one is by an artist I've shared here before. I really love her original songs and her voice. She seems like a great person. And this is her cover of the Dixie Chicks' Traveling Soldier. Here we go, Laura Luisa.
2 days past 18, he was waiting for the bus in his army green, sat down in a booth. Cafe there, gave his order to a girl with a bow in her hair. He's a little shy, so she'll give him a smile, and he said, would you mind sitting down for a while and talking to me? I'm feeling a little low. She said, I'm off in an hour and I know where we can go. So they went down there and they sat on a pier. He said, I bet you got a boyfriend, but I don't care. I got no one to send a letter to. Would you mind if I send one back here to you? I cried, never gonna hold the hand of another guy. Too young for him, they told her, waiting for the love of a traveling soldier. Our love will never end, waiting for the soldier to come back again. Never more to be alone when the letter said, soldiers coming home. So the letters came from an army camp in California, then Vietnam, and he told her of his heart, and I'd be in love and all of the things that he was so scared of. He said, when it's getting kinda rough over here, I think of that day sitting down at the pier, and I close my eyes and see your pretty smile. Don't worry, but I won't be able to ride for a while. I cried, never gonna hold the hand of another guy. Too young for him, they told her, waiting for the love of a traveling soldier. Our love will never end, waiting for the soldier to come back again. Never more to be alone when the letter said, soldiers coming home. One Friday night at a football game, the Lord's Prayer said and an anthem sang. A man said, folks, would you bow your head for a list of local Vietnam dead? Crying all alone under the stands was a piccolo player in a marching band, and one named Red. Nobody really cared, but a pretty little girl with a bow in her hair. I cried, never gonna hold the hand of another guy. Too young for him, they told her, waiting for the love of a traveling soldier. Our love will never end, waiting for the soldier to come back again. Never more to be alone when the letter said, the soldier's coming home.
Beautiful. Yeah, I really love her voice. And like I said, she has a lot of really great original songs as well. Oh, awesome. I bet Creek does a great job on that song, Cheryl. Okay, Lisa, I will check out that link as soon as I can. Thank you. All right. Yeah, so good. Agreed, Mike. Okay. Right? A weakness for them, their Southern accents and Australian accents. Yep. Well, getting a couple of them tonight, Blue. Yeah, that song does hit hard. Yeah, I saw a comment. I don't remember who posted it, but about the Dixie Chicks. And I don't know, you might have to go back and rethink kind of what they were, what they got in so much controversy over back then with what we know now about Bush and everything going on then. I don't know. I have a little more respect for them than I even did back then. In either way, I've really enjoyed their music. Just don't play the Cranberries. Al, I love the Cranberries. But I don't have any on the playlist tonight. Cranberries were my first CD. No need to argue. Right? So many good songs by the Cranberries, Jerry. Okay, Lisa, is this the same link as the first one? I will grab it in a moment. Okay. Oh, sorry, Cheryl, for making you melancholy. Yeah, I mean, it's a time for being somber, though, really. Okay, yeah, right, Wayne? Now I want the Cranberries, too. Ah, Northern Ireland, okay. I gotta make sure, I'm gonna send somebody to you, Bran. I gotta make sure you've seen, because if not, you'll like her. A redhead Australian with a southern drawl. It just cracked me up. Thank you, Shamrock, for the link to Mutt's other page, Mutt's American Crime. And Mutt, it's good to see you here. All right. Okay, this next song is by Brandon Davis, More Than a Flag. This one's very fitting for today. Here we go.
After school one day, a boy sat talking with his dad. He said the teacher pulled out a book, taught us all about the flag, about the red, white, and blue, and how each color was defined, and why we stand hand over heart, pledge allegiance every time. His dad pulled out a box with a folded flag. Said, trust me, son, it means way more than that. It's more than a flag, stars and stripes. Yeah, it waves for the ones who died and gave their lives so you and I could live our own. It stands for truth, it stands for grace. These colors don't run out to this day. Carry sacrifice and scars, and every stripe and star it has. You might know the definition, but the truth is, it's more than a flag. Say to your granddad, fought in Vietnam back in '65. 352nd, dropping bombs to lessen the threats he had to fight. Got sent home in '71 with one less leg and a purple heart. He used to say, I gave some gave all, and that's what we're fighting for. They gave your grandma this box on the day he passed. Fired 21 shots and fought it up that flag. It's more than a flag, stars and stripes. Yeah, it waves for the ones who died, gave their lives, you and I. colors don't run out to this day. Carry sacrifice and scars, and every stripe and star it has. You might know the definition, but the truth is, it's more than a flag. It's there when we fight, it's there when we fall, foreign shores and right at home. Yeah, you know it's true. That's why we bleed red, white, and blue. It's more than a flag, stars and stripes. It waves for the ones who died and gave their lives so you and I can live our own. It stands for truth, it stands for grace. These colors don't run out to this day. It carries sacrifice and scars, and every stripe and star it has. You might know the definition, but the truth is, it's more than a flag. You might know the definition, but the truth is, it's more than a flag.
Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
Really beautiful song. All right, go check out that artist. Again, that was Brandon Davis, and beautiful song. And you know, I don't know that I've checked out many of his other music, so I'm gonna have to check him out too. Don't ask questions, Bonnie. Just accept it. I'm your new. Welcome back, Paul. Good to see you. Yeah, amazing song. Glad so many of you are paying attention to the lyrics too there and really listening and taking it in. Okay, the next song that we're going to pull up, and then Mike will go to you right after that. This is by 15th Bend, Red. And 15th, I think most of you know, does live streams, indie music roller coasters on Thursdays. He had a great stream last night. He takes requests and also plays music that he selects. And I mean, really just, there's so much great music there. And then, you know, a lot of familiar faces, great community, really great stream and very replayable. So go back and check out last night's indie music roller coaster if you missed it, and go sub up 15th Bend. All right. Here is his song Red, and the video is stunning and a work of art as well as the music. So here we go. Beautiful. Yeah, really well done, 15th. As always. And that video is really stunning too. Okay. Mike, you are up next if you're ready.
Ready.
All right.
All right. So I'm going to do another original. This one's called Beautiful in Motion.
Love this song.
Don't try to figure out what she's whispering. It's always all about what she's missing. A sweeter spice to taste, a bit of life to waste. These walls you have outgrown now lock me in the place that you call homes. Without me, it's another space in time. We left it all behind. Go fly now, you're home free into the night. Can't help but feeling something ain't right. Your mind rejects believing. A world of fright lingers in your head, but don't think twice. Go. Life is more beautiful in motion. A smile to your eyes as I'm grieving, silent to your ears as I'm screaming. Everything is gonna work out right. I wrote a song after you left that day. I called it Beautiful in Motion, as a warm sun turned to shade and let the shadows drown. Go fly now, you're home free into the night. Can't help but feeling something ain't right. You're just afraid of finding a world that might not be the same again. Don't think twice. Go. Life is more beautiful in motion. Just go. Life is more beautiful. Life is more beautiful. Life is more beautiful in motion. I wrote a song after you left that day. I called it Beautiful
Stunning, Mike.
Thank you.
Great song. I love that one. And also very fitting for tonight, for this weekend.
Very good. Thank you.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
All right.
All right. I put the link to Mike's channel, but also the song directly to that song on his channel. Go check it out. Beautiful in Motion. And Mike's also been doing live streams a little more often, which is awesome, Mike. And yeah, make sure you're subbed up and the notification bell is on so you can come and say hi. All right. Awesome. Can, good to see you. The link is pinned at the top of the chat if anybody else wants to come up and join us for music. Appreciate you all being here either way. And yeah, nice original, right? Blue Unicorn says, yay, clap hands. Right? Yeah, me too, Apple Dumpling. Michael, do that. Blow you away. Nice. Okay. All right. I am going to pull up a song that I recorded a while back, a cover of Annie Lennox's Into the West. And I thought this one was kind of fitting for Memorial Day weekend. All right, here we go. Lay down your sweet and weary head. Night is falling. You have come to journey's end. Sleep now and dream of the ones who came before. They are calling from across the distant shore. Why do you weep? What are these tears upon your face? Soon you will see. All of your fears will pass away, safe in my arms. You're only sleeping. What can you see on the horizon? Why do the white gulls call? Across the sea, a pale moon rises. The ships have come to carry you home. And all will turn to silver glass, a light on the water, all souls pass. Hope fades into the world of night, through shadows falling out of memory and time. Don't say we have come now to the end. White shores are calling. You and I will meet again, and you'll be here in my arms. Just sleeping. What can you see on the horizon? Why do the white gulls call? Across the sea, a pale moon rises. the ships have come to carry you home. And all will turn to silver glass, a light on the water, gray ships pass into the west. All right. Thanks, everybody. Appreciate your support as always. That was the first video that I ever did, or song that I ever recorded, I guess. And it's a beautiful song. I don't know that I did it full justice, but it is beautiful. And thought it was fitting for Memorial Day. Thank you, everybody. Okay. All right. The next song. Oh, and thank you, Mike. He said that he had to run, but Mike, I really appreciate every time you come up, and I appreciate the songs that you shared. Thank you for that. Much love to you. And all right, this next song is a cover of a song from Les Miserables called Empty Chairs at Empty Tables. Kind of fits with Singing to Your Chair that we heard from Doorways into Music earlier. And this is a cover by Joe Norman. Here we go.
There's a grief that can't be spoken. There's a pain goes on and on. Empty chairs at empty tables. Now my friends are dead and gone. Here they talked of revolution. Here it was, they lit the flame. Here they sang about tomorrow, and tomorrow never came. From the table in the corner, they could see a world reborn, and they rose with voices ringing, and I can hear them now, the very words that they had sung became their last communion on this lonely barricade at dawn. Oh, my friends, forgive me that I live and you are gone. There's a grief that can't be spoken. There's a pain goes on and on. Phantom faces at the window, phantom shadows on the floor, empty chairs and empty tables where my friends will meet no more. Oh, my friends, don't ask me what your sacrifice was for. Empty chairs at empty tables where my friends will sing no more.
Beautiful cover, and Joe is such a powerhouse. Yeah, I think he can sing just about anything. Yeah, he always puts out beautiful songs. Agreed, Lisa? Right on, Lee, on. Yeah. Really well done. Right? I wouldn't mind seeing Joe at the Opry either. I'm your opera or Opry, right? Yeah. Pecan or pecan, Monty and V? I don't know. I kind of use them interchangeably. We've had this ongoing debate. Team fold. Good to see you, Von Eric. Thanks for being here. Much love to you. Yeah, it's a beautiful song. All right, let's see where we're at here. Okay, the next song coming up is one of my very favorites by Camellia. I love all of her original songs. Make sure you're subbed up and check her out. And this song is called Not in Their Trench. And, I think while we're remembering all of those who've made the ultimate sacrifice and we honor the sacrifice that they made, I think we can all agree that we hope for alternatives to war. And this song rings true to me. Here we go.
How could we know? How could we know? There's no rehearsal for this show. They throw you in and yell, let's go. I've been running ever since. I climbed their walls, I jumped their fence. I'll fight no wars from their trench. What did they say? What did they say? Their gods and their laws are the only way. They do bad things, then they pray. I'll keep moving till they make sense. I'll climb their walls, jump their fence. I'll fight no wars from their trench. What did they do? What did they do? They keep on squeezing till you're not you. They tie you down so you can't move. I'll keep moving till they make sense. I'll climb their walls, jump their fence. I'll fight no wars from their trench. I'll keep moving till they make sense. I'll climb their walls, jump their fence. I'll fight no wars from their trench.
Yeah, I love that. That I think is my favorite of yours, Camellia. And thank you for all the music you put out there. Right? Totally vibing on that too. I'm your. All right, Robbie, thank you for sending me the song. I will add it to the playlist for next week. And absolutely, anybody can send me songs anytime. My email is in my stream description and my channel description. So thank you for that. Yeah. Yay, Camellia. Right? I love that. Blue says, Camellia, if you had an album, I would buy it and listen to it while driving in the mountains or on the prairie. It's mesmerizing. Absolutely agree, Blue. And it's so, you have such a pretty voice and sound, and it's so beautiful, Camellia, but your lyrics are so deep and heartfelt, and I love that about your music. Yeah, absolutely, Robbie. All right, the link is pinned if anybody wants to come up and join us, just saying. But we've got lots of great music coming through videos too. Okay, this next one, let me see where we're at here. Okay, this is by Mike Shaner Music. He has a pretty incredible story that he shares. You can go check out his channel to find out more information. And this is his song, Breaking Again, which I thought fit this weekend too. Here we go.
Just one more day. It'll never go away. People say it'll be okay. Tired of asking for them to pray. And I'm falling. Yeah, I'm falling down again. I know all the signs. Happens to me all the time. I can feel it taking hold. It's too late. It's uncontrolled. And I'm falling. Yeah, I'm falling down again. This is where my story ends. Had a good run, had some friends. Good times, gone, done. Lost, I never won. Again.
Really well done by Mike Shaner. His music is so intense, you guys. Make sure you're subbed up. Go check him out. Mike is awesome. Agreed, Camelia. Okay. Can you are oh, I see. Okay. I will try to grab that link if I can. And if not, then I will definitely add it for next week. But hope you're able to come up and join us. Right, Robbie. He is a wonderful person and he goes through a whole lot. Agreed. Yeah, right on, Eric. And the video, I know. I love his videos too. Really well done. Okay, thanks everybody. Trippy and enjoyable, right, Can? Never give up. That's right, Wayne. Okay, this next song is by the lovely Scars and Shadows. This is another one I've played here quite a few times because I love it to pieces, the video and the song. I haven't seen Scars and Shadows around in a while, and Scars, you are missed and loved. And if you're lurking, or if you hear this later, know that you're in a lot of our hearts and thoughts. Hope all is well with you. And here is her beautiful song, Freedom. Here we go.
Like this spells, don't you fear a thing. Keep dreaming. The sand burns my eyes, haunting me, whispering freedom. The world, it's mine, fading in the dark for me. Freedom. These words, they fade, lightning striking everything. Freedom. Hurts like hell inside of me. Keep breathing. The fire, the smell, forget what I see, whispering freedom. World, it smiles, fading in the dark for me. Freedom. These words, they fade, lightning striking everything. Freedom. Blood that spilled, save me from me. Keep screaming. The darkness fell, so hard to breathe, whispering freedom. World, it smiles, fading in the dark for me. Freedom. These words, they fade, lightning striking everything. Freedom.
Love that song. So well done. Yeah, right? It's a good driving song. I could hear it for that blue. Todd, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Mo, if you're still listening, much love to you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I hear that, Blue. I like to drive. Freedom has a high price, doesn't it? Absolutely, Amir. Hopefully we make it worth the price that's been paid. Okay. Yeah, stunning. I agree, Snooks. Okay. All right, we're going to keep the music going. This is a cover of Brothers in Arms by Herman LeService, and I really love his voice and how he does this cover. Here we go.
Christmas covered my tomb. A home now for me. But my home is lonely, and I always will. Someday I'll return to your valleys and your farms, and you know long goodbye to be brothers in arms. Spirits of destruction, baptism of fire. I witnessed your suffering as the battle raged high. So bad, and the fear and the love. You did not deserve me, my brothers in arms. So many different worlds, so many different suns. We have just one world, but we live on different ones. The sun's got here, and the moon riding out. Let me bid you farewell. Every man has to die. It's Written in the storyline, every line on your palm. We're fools to make war, runners and arms. These mist-covered mountains are holding out for me.
Such a beautiful and heartfelt cover by Herman of that song, which is always beautiful, Brothers in Arms. I found that a lot of people throughout the world sing that song, and I like that it's a universal. You know, I think we can be brothers in arms, not just in our own country. That makes sense. Herman does have an awesome voice, Nooks. Agreed. Yeah, go sub him up. Show support. Marshall, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Okay, this next song is by Viv Sparrow. She has such an incredible, crystal clear voice, and this song is Forgive Us. Here we go.
So they say judgment comes in time. All that we learn, the way we live our lives. Surely with love we realize. You draw the lines and you keep us safe behind them. But no one's right, it's a pointless bit of fight. Ooh, I hear the sound of the shots in the night. Ooh, in the morning we wake for the fight. Surely with love we realize. Surely with love we realize that there's criminals in the church, corruption in our minds. Everywhere we look, it's the same old song we sing every night. When we turn on the light, we sleep in a world that relentlessly fights. Mama, forgive us, for we know not what we do. The devil got your dreams, but has he got you in the light now? Sweet melody, singing everything gonna be alright. Ooh, but I hear the sound of the cries in the nighttime. Ooh, now tell me that everything's gonna be alright. Oh, surely with love we realize. Surely with love we criminals in the church, corruption in our minds. Everywhere we look, it's the same old song we sing every night. When we turn on the light, sleep in a world that relentlessly fights. Mama, forgive us, for we know not what we do. Mama, forgive us, for we know not what we do. Every day feel time slipping by. there's criminals in the church, corruption in our minds. Everywhere we look, it's the same old song we sing every night when we turn down the light, asleep in a world that relentlessly fights. Mama, forgive us, for we know not what we do. Forgive us. Mama, forgive us, for we know not what we do. Mama, forgive us, for we know not what we do.
I just love her voice. And I thought that message, not necessarily meant for Memorial Day, but I thought it fit in well. All right. The next song we have coming up is one by an artist I've played a few times here before. Matt first introduced me to this artist. It's Mark A. Ridge. Oops, which I just saw I typed wrong, so I'll fix it. And this is his song, A Change Is Gonna Come. Here we go.
I was born by the river in a little old tent. Oh, and just like that river I've been running ever since. It's been a such a long time coming, but I know change is gonna come. Oh, yes it will. It's been too hard living, but I'm afraid to die. 'Cause I don't know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a such a long time coming, but I know change it gotta come. Oh, yes it will. Well, I go to the movie. Yes, I go downtown. Somebody keep telling me don't hang around. It's been a such a long time coming, but I know change it gotta come. Oh, yes it will. Then I go to my brother and I said, brother, help me please. But he winds up not getting me. Back down on my knees, we beg you, please. There's been times I thought now I think I'm able to carry on. It's been a long time coming, but I know change it gotta come. Oh, yes it will.
Yeah, I was feeling that one along with the rest of you. Welcome up, Ken. Thanks for being here.
Hi, Indy. Good to be
How are
here.
you doing?
Thanks.
Yeah,
I'm
glad it
doing
worked
well. How
out.
are you?
Good. Anthony, I love this comment. He said, "This man makes time his." Perfect, right? Yeah, that is expression. Impressive. I agree, Robbie. Yeah, every song I've heard that he's done, his originals and covers, I mean, his voice is incredible, and he puts a lot of feeling into it, which makes all the difference. That's right. Heimer got it. Very nice. Okay. Ken, I think I'll go ahead and pull up one more song and then we'll go to you next, okay? Thanks for being here. All right, this next
Yep.
song.
Sounds great. Sorry for the late delay.
No, that's
Thank you.
okay. I know. It happens. Okay, this song is What Is That Song and Why? So I won't name the song, although I bet you guys will get it. And it kind of fits in with the theme for tonight, I think, in some ways. This is one that Blue had just sent to me, so I added it in. And Blue, thank you for sending to me because it's great. And I always love how you Blue unicornize your songs. All right, here we go.
Skinhead, deadhead, everybody gone bad. Situation, aggravation, everybody allegation in the suite on the news. Everybody dog food, bang bang, shot dead. Everybody's gone mad. I wanna say they don't really care about us. All I wanna say is they don't really care about us. Beat me, hate me, you can never break me, will me, thrill me, you can never kill me, chew me, sue me, everybody do me, kick me, kite me, don't you black or white me. I'm trying to say they don't really care about us. All I wanna say is they don't really care about us. Tell me what became of my life. I have a wife and 2 children who love me, and I'm the victim of police brutality. I'm tired of being the victim of hate. You're raping me and my pride, oh, for God's sake. I look to heaven to fulfill this prophecy. All I wanna say is they don't really care about us. All I wanna say is they don't really care about us. Skinhead, deadhead, everybody's gone bad. Trepidation, speculation, everybody allegation in the suite and the news. Everybody dog food, black man, blackmail, throw the brother in jail. Trying to say they don't really care about us. All I'm trying to say is they don't really care about us. Tell me what has become of my rights. Am I invisible cause you ignore me? The proclamation promised me liberty. I'm tired of being the victim of shame. They're throwing me in a class with a bad name. I can't believe this is the land from where I came. Skinhead, deadhead, everybody's gone bad. Situation, speculation, everybody litigation. Beat me, bash me, you can never trash me. Hit me, kick me, you'll never get me. I'm trying to say they don't really care about us. All I wanna say is they don't really care about us. You know I really do hate to say it, government doesn't wanna see. But if Roosevelt was living, he'd put all the Japanese people in internment camps. Because that's the whole point, is that all I'm trying to say is they don't really care about us. All I'm trying to say is they don't really care about us. All I want to say is they don't really care about us. All I'm trying to say is they don't really care about us. Some things in life they just don't want to say. But if Martin Luther was living, he'd never let this be. No, he would not. Skinhead, deadhead, everybody's gone bad. Situation, segregation, everybody allegation in the suite on the news. Everybody's dog food, kick me, kike me, don't you wrong or right me. I'm trying to say they don't care about us. All I'm trying to say is they don't really care about us. All I'm trying to say is they don't really care about us. What I want to say is they don't really care about us. They say all the nice things, everything you want to hear, and you eat it all up. But you know what? They don't really care about us. Every single campaign season, every time you see advertisements on the news saying, oh, we care, everybody cares, you know what? They don't really care about us. All I want to say is they don't really care about us. All I'm trying to say is they don't really care about us. All I'm trying to say is they don't really care about us.
Blue, I love that. You got me verklempt a little bit on that one, not gonna lie. Yeah. You put a lot of emotion into that, Blue, and I felt it, right? So fitting, right, Imir?
Old school Michael Jackson.
Yep. And if you know, you know. Really well done, Blue. Yeah, absolutely. Okay. All right, Can, you are up.
Cool. Hi, everyone. Happy Memorial Day weekend.
Yeah.
I'll start this off with an original. This is an original, and I wrote it a few years back, and it's called Restraint. Losing someone that I have not even met. Choosing not to speak so I won't have regrets. Trust myself not to say something that will hurt you. So I just move on, keep walking in the rain. I used to look through blue eyes filled with wonder. I wonder when the day was that they turned to gray. Tell me, tell me, tell me, so I don't have to make a choice. 'Cause when I use my voice, my words just bite me back. Oh, tell me, tell me, tell me, so I don't have to make a choice. 'Cause when I use my voice, you know my words just bite me back.
Beautiful, Can Can. That was great.
Thank you.
And that was very nicely done. Thank you, Can Can, for coming up. Are you able to stay up for a little bit?
Yeah, I'll stay for one more. I'll do a cover
All right,
next.
great. Great.
Thanks, Indy. I'm having
That
a
was
good
beautiful.
time. I love coming up. Thanks.
Blue Unicorn, who is an excellent whistler, says whistling approved.
Sometimes you have to have the
concur.
right whistler, you know. I won't get too descriptive, but you have to have the right, you know.
It was great. Well done. Marshall, good to see you. Thanks for coming up.
You're very welcome. Hope you're doing well.
Yeah, awesome to have you here. Yeah, it's been a good night.
Excellent. I was doing other stuff tonight. I just got here about, I don't know, a half hour ago or so.
Yeah.
I didn't see everything.
Well, appreciate you being here.
Well,
Yeah,
thanks
we
for
had
inviting.
conversation first tonight, and we had a lot of focus on Memorial Day and, you know, kind of the significance of it. And yeah, it was good. It was good.
Excellent.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull up a video, and then we'll go to you next, Marshall, right after that.
That sounds great.
Awesome.
Thanks. Can, hello. Bran, hello.
All right, this next song is a cover of one of my favorite songs, Simple Man by Leonard Skinner, and this is the cover by Rhodey's Jam Cave. Rhodey does live streams, and I don't get to catch them very often, but they're amazing when I do. Really great, all the songs that they do, and you guys make sure you're subbed up so you can catch them when they are live. And I thought this fit in well with this weekend as well. Here we go, Simple Man.
confidence. You can do this for me if you try. All that I want for you, my son, is to be satisfied and be a simple kind of man, or be something you love and understand. Maybe be a simple kind of man. But won't you do this for me, son, if you can? And be a simple, real simple man. Or be something you love and understand. Baby, be a simple kind of man. Or won't you do this for me, son, if you can?
Woo-hoo!
Right? Amazing cover. So well
Every
done.
word. Sing
Yep.
along.
I love that we just had a full chat sing along.
Yep.
That was great. Right?
That sounded really good.
Yeah, really well done. Okay, Marshall, you are up. Let me pull up the backing track here. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Snooks, I guess I owe you for this one. I wasn't gonna play.
Thank you, Snooks.
So let me pick a backing track here. I haven't even really looked through them.
Yeah. And
It's
then
like
do like a little test run really quickly, and we'll just make sure it's good balance or anything. Or are you feeling good about it? I know it's always kind of hit and miss, right?
oh, I'm just,
That's
I always
great.
look at the titles of them to see if they're angry rock back, soulful seductive groove backing track in A. That's 10 minutes long though. I try and look for short ones too.
Oh, don't look for short ones. You take as much time as you want.
5
Just
minutes.
saying.
Yeah, there's a guitar
You're one
solo
of
for
those-
7 minutes.
You're one of those people, though. Like the time just flies. Like you take us. I feel like I'm sure many others do too. You like kind of transport us to another place.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. I love playing, and I just I don't sing very often. I sing in my band. I do backing vocals and that,
Mm-hmm.
but performing songs, I think I'm better off just playing guitar. Let's try this one. It's a deep, passionate ballad guitar backing track jam in A minor. So the chords will definitely be A minor, F, G, and maybe C, or D minor, something like that. So all this stuff's diatonic. Let's see. Hang on, let me start it over. And I'm hoping that my sound's okay. Well, I'll do my best.
Sounding good so far. Love that, Marshall. That was great.
Thanks for letting me play.
Like I said, you just kind of take us away to another place, I think.
Say again?
You just kind of transport us away to another place for a little bit there, you know? Mesmerizing. Thank you, Marshall.
You're welcome.
That's great.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, Eimer puts it well too. He says, I done went squirrel like 5 times since he started playing. So freaking relaxing. Well said.
I took myself to the kitchen and got a little more relaxed. Thanks, Marshall. That was nice.
Right?
Nice.
Puff, puff, pass, everybody.
I try not to drink too much when I play.
Yeah.
That's a good idea. Thank you, Lisa.
I do other things in the kitchen too, by the way. Just
Right, yeah.
Marshall, that's where I keep other stuff.
Right.
You know? Yep. She mentioned it down there with the PPP.
Development of a Void says, I went to Marshall's to get my guitar set up, but left with my soul recalibrated.
DOA, dude. It's really great to see you, man.
Right.
Snooks, and thanks for saying something. I might not have played tonight. I appreciate that.
Good job, Snooks. Give him the nudge. Now we know. I'll get on you next time. No, thanks for being here, Marshall. Appreciate you.
You're welcome.
All right. Are you able to stick around for one more?
Yeah, I think I can.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. All right. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pull up a video here, and then we'll go to you, Can. Okay, this one is by Quincy Kane, and it's his original song, Brothers to the End. Here we go. Love that. So I have to admit, I actually did not mean to play the instrumental version, but go to check out his page, you guys. The lyrics to that are awesome and fitting for this weekend as well. But I did love that version. And I'm here, you cracked me up with this comment. My OCD wants to blow out that one candle. Crack me up. Yeah, right, Brand. Definitely a boss fight. That's a great soundtrack for one. Oh, thanks, Lisa. We'll get there eventually. Slow and steady. Get to know everybody along the way. We'll see. Yeah, wonderful. I agree. Okay. All right. Can, you are up next.
All right.
And I did get your email, by the way.
Okay, that was kind of an in case I didn't get a chance to come up, but I'm glad I was able to take care of it.
I love that song, and I will save it for next week to play.
Oh, cool.
As well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for sending it.
This song is a Radiohead song. It's one of the early ones, and it's from the Bends, and it is called Fake Plastic Trees. The green plastic
watering can for fake Chinese rubber plant and the fake plastic earth. She bought from a rubber man in a town full of rubber plants to get rid of itself. And it wears her out. It wears her out. It wears her out. It wears her out. She lives with a broken man, cracked by a styrene man. It just crumbles and burns. We used to do surgery for girls in the 80s, but gravity always wins, and it wears him out. It wears him out. Wears him out. She looks like the real thing. She tastes like the real thing. My fake plastic love. But I can't help the feeling I could blow through the ceiling if I just turn and run. And it wears me out. It wears me out. It wears me out. It wears me out. And if I could be who you wanted, if I could be who you wanted all the time, all the time, yeah, yeah.
Beautiful. Really well done, Can.
Thanks, Indy.
Yeah, that was great. Okay. I know. I hope you go back and check out all the comments, Can. A lot of people really liking that one.
Thanks. That's a great song written by Tom York. Really, really beautiful song.
You sang it really well and played it too. I love that. Robbie, much love to you. Have a great night. Thanks for being here. It's good to have you with us. Agreed, Lisa. Beautiful job, Can. Have a good night, Robbie. All right. Okay, this next one, Lady Campion sent this to me. This is unlisted on her channel, and something she kind of put together and wanted to share. She thought it'd be fitting for tonight, and I agree. This is America the Beautiful, a trio arrangement. Here we go.
Oh, beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountains, majesty above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed His grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. Oh, beautiful for pilgrims' feet who stern impassioned stress, a thoroughfare for freedom beat across the wilderness. America, America, God meant thine every flaw. Confirm thy soul in self-control, thy liberty in law. Oh, beautiful for heroes proved in liberating strife, who more than self their country loved, and mercy more than life. America, America, may God thy gold refine, till all success be nobleness, and every gain divine. America, America, God shed His grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Stunning as always from Lady Campion. Thank you, Lady C, for sending that in for us to share. Appreciate that. It was really beautifully done. I always say the more Lady C's, the better. Really nice. Okay. Let's see. Marshall, I think we're back to you. Thanks for hanging out.
Thanks for having me. I love Lady Campion. She's cool.
Yeah, she is. She's amazing. So talented. And a really great person.
Yeah, it's fun to watch her. She's kind of begun recording some stuff. Not kind of. She's definitely recording some stuff. It's really cool to see that.
Yeah, I agree. I love seeing that she's doing her own originals, and I know she's doing collaborations with people too, and it's great. I love it. She has the talent for it.
Yeah, it's interesting to listen to her sing, and I say interesting in the most interesting way because the music that we listen to is probably like very different in so many ways, but it's just cool to see it.
Agreed.
This one is Elevated Jam Tracks. I got to say thank you to those guys. That guy is a really great guitar player, and if you like doing solos on an instrument, or maybe even spitting lyrics over stuff, all the stuff is pretty diatonic, again, one key, but he puts out some good stuff. And I think this one's in C minor. In fact, it is in C minor, so we'll see what happens.
All right, I'll put their link in the chat as well.
C minor. Ten and a half minutes of guitar solo is too long.
Are you serious? Was it that long? I'm telling you, it doesn't ever feel that way to me.
Oh,
It might
man.
to you. It doesn't on this end. Beautiful,
I
Marshall.
appreciate that.
That was great.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for coming up. I always appreciate when you do.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks, everybody in the chat. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
And
thanks for being here. Appreciate you
you're-
being here, and we'll look forward to you coming back again another time soon. And thank you, Lisa, for connecting us with Can. Appreciate that. Sekta, good to
Night.
see you. All right. Okay. All right. Well, Marshall, if you're able to stick around for another, you are more than welcome to. We'd love to hear another one.
I have band business to take care of. I just got a really cool text, so I have to go.
Thank you so much for being here, Marshall. Appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Blessed Memorial Day.
Yes, I will, and I'll be watching. I've got to send some emails. All right.
All right.
You guys have a good night.
Yeah, we'll see you around soon. Okay, if you guys aren't subbed up to Marshall, make sure that you do. Right? It did seem shorter to me too, Snooks. I know. I had no idea it was that long. Yeah. Go check out his channel, you guys. He has great live streams, especially if you play guitar. He is he works at fixing and repairing guitars, and you can learn so much from him. And, he jams along sometimes too, which is great. Hey, Elgo, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Glad you got to hear Marshall. I know you're a fan. Yeah, I agree, Pat. Awesome. Yeah, much love to you, Lisa. Thanks for all your help. Thank you, Snooks. All right. Okay, we've got a couple more songs we're going to share here before we wrap things up tonight. This next one is by a band that I just heard over on 15th Bend stream, and I thought it was pretty fitting, and just an incredible, incredible band. And they're, as he says, criminally undersubbed. So make sure you go check them out. This is Old Salt, Rain and Snow. Here we go.
I've seen green blades of grain, hear the coldness summer rain, but on through the cold rain and snow, rain and snow, fight on through the cold rain and snow. The bird flew in the room, sang an old familiar tune, and I'd fly 10,000 miles to hear your song, hear your song. And I'd fly 10,000 miles to hear your song. Love will live again when we meet our end, from the ground where the green blades grow. Blades grow from the ground where the green blades grow. Blades grow from the ground where the green blades grow. They're passing one by one, like the rising of the sun over home to the stars in the sky. In the sky, over home to the stars in the sky. In the sky, over home to the stars in the sky.
So beautiful. And yeah, very haunting. Have a great night, Lisa. Much love to you. Thank you for all your help. Appreciate you. And yeah, I could hear Monty singing that. You're right. Oh, yeah. Our David Joshua, right? Doing a collaboration. Good call, Algo. Yep. All right. Much love, Lisa. Okay. All right, this next song is by an artist I really enjoy. A lot of his songs are, I would say, truther songs. Some are kind of controversial, including this one a little bit. This is by Jesse Wells, and it's called War Isn't Murder. Pull that up here in just a second. Good night, Lisa. Thanks to everybody who's been here tonight. After this, we've got, we'll just do kind of a closing and then a final song. But really appreciate everybody being here. It's been a really great night. 11:11, by the way, here in Pacific time. And we'll hang out backstage for a little bit. So the link is pinned at the top, and I'll let you know. If you want to come up now, you can to just join the panel and hang out for the last little bit. Or if you want to wait and come up at the end, then you can join backstage and we can hang out and chat for a little bit. All right. Okay, so this is again by Jesse Wells, and this is War Isn't Murder. Here we go.
War isn't murder, good men don't die, children don't starve, and all the women survive. War isn't murder, that's what they say when you're fighting the devil. Murder's okay. War isn't murder, they're called casualties. There ain't a veteran with a good night's sleep. Let's talk about dead people. I mean a dead people. The dead don't feel honored, they don't feel that brave, they don't feel avenged, they're lucky if they got graves. Call your dead mother, ask her when she died. It's a deathly silence on the other line. The dead don't talk, but the children don't forget. So in 20 short years you can live to regret that. War isn't murder, there's money at stake. Kelly the Kushner agrees it's good at real estate. War isn't murder, ask Netanyahu, he's got a song for that and a bomb for you. War isn't murder, it's an old desert faith. It's a nation state sanctioned righteous hate. Let's talk about dead people. I mean a dead people. If war isn't murder, it's the vengeance of God. If you can't see the bodies, they don't blow when they're on. And the flies don't swarm and the children don't cry. If war isn't murder, good men don't die. So in a short 20 years when you vacation the strip, try not and think about the dead and have a nice trip. War isn't murder, we should all give thanks. I saw it all in a movie, give it up for Tom Hanks. War isn't murder, they don't ship out the poor, and the bullets they fire ain't part of the cure. War isn't murder, land is a right, but the banks call it dibs, it's something you can't fight. Let's talk about dead people, I mean a dead people. The dead don't feel honored, they don't feel that brave, they don't feel events, they're lucky if they got graves. Call your dead mother, ask her when she died. It's a deadly silence on the other line. It's a dark sacrifice made on your behalf, so get down on your knees and thank the sweet Lord that war isn't murder.
All right. I know that one's a little bit dark, but so is war. I appreciate that guy a lot. Jesse Wells, you guys go check him out. And yeah, I liked your description of him there, Algo. It's like a not Tavistock version of Bob Dylan. More authentic. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't agree with all of his views, but I appreciate that he's putting truth out there, you know, and we need more truth tellers like him. Wingnut, thanks for coming up. Glad you're going to hang out, hopefully backstage for a little bit. Awesome. All right. So I lied because there's one more song I want to play, and then we'll play our final song. So this one's just short, but it's the newest one. He just put out today by Tom McDonald, and it's for Memorial Day, and it is Freedom Ain't Free. I know I like a lot of Tom's music, and again, another person who's been covering a lot of truth along the way. I appreciate also that he's remained independent, even though he's had a lot of success and had a lot of people come in to try to sign him. So here we go. Tom McDonald, Freedom Ain't Free.
It's a time to remember the ones who we lost, the fathers and sons, the mothers and daughters who went overseas and fought so we could be free. Believe it or not, they dying for peace, they dying for speech. They died in the streets of the Middle East. They left a family at home and picked up a gun and stormed a beach. I see a problem, we've forgotten the fallen. Nobody works on Mondays, so we celebrate and pop bottles while there's soldiers in the dirt and they all got families who are hurting. The cost of freedom is a person, they died so we ain't speaking German. So eat your burgers and drink your beers, relax, enjoy your day. There were funerals and a million tears so we could live our lives this way. There were widowed wives and the children's eyes who won't see their dads again. It's a holiday for the fallen, don't say Happy Memorial Day. Cause the freedom ain't free, things got a cost. They paid for today with the lives we lost. So don't comply, stand your ground. They sacrificed it all and we gotta make them proud. Cause the freedom ain't free.
What's up, guys?
All right. Short and sweet, but I really liked that and thought that you guys would too, and like to support Tom McDonald. Joe Carroll, thank you so much for being here. Much love to you. Appreciate it. And Rank, it's good to see you. Right, I agree, Algo. Tom is killing it. He and his family work their ass off to get this message out. Yeah, absolutely. And they've been, telling truth for a long time. Yeah, I really like his wife, Nova Rockefeller, as well. She has some great music as well, too. And she does all of his videos and production and everything, which is pretty impressive. All right. Yeah, right, Rank? Agreed. Thanks, Joe Carroll. Appreciate that. Amir said he looks like my third grade desk, but a great message. That's the great description, Amir. Yeah, maybe a little bit. That's great. Okay. All right. Let me see. Are we at the end here? Yes. Okay. So before we play this, actually, I just want to say again, thank you so much to everybody who's been here tonight. I appreciate you all. It's been a really great night, and I'm always thankful for everyone who shows up in the chat and up here on panel, and for all of the support that you guys show. Which reminds me, thank you again, Tate. I really like your icon, and we might have to bring that one back again another time. I'm going to go ahead and share screen. Thank you to everybody who's shown support through donations tonight. I really appreciate you all. Let me go ahead and pull this up here, and we'll spin to see who gets an emoji for next week. All right, here we go. All right. Michael Lanthier, Wolf 7 Music. Awesome. I will be coming up with an emoji for you, Michael. Great. Okay. All right. Are there any final thoughts from up on panel, Wingnut or Bran?
No,
Yeah.
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay.
You're
I know,
doing
I
a
kind
good
of put you on the spot. You just hopping up here at the last minute, Wingnut.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Yes. Yeah, we are gonna. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I forgot, Navy vet. Okay. Well, here we go. We're gonna do one more too. Thank you, Navy. I'm glad you reminded me. Let me grab it. I had it and then I forgot to post it. Okay. Give me 1 second. I'm just gonna send a sloppy link here, Bran, and then I'll write it up. If you could pull this one up first, Bran, and then we'll save the other one for last. Thanks. Thank you for reminding me, Navy vet. I meant to play it. Okay. Yeah, I have a spinning wheel and everything. I'm all fancy like that, Alco. I used to use that in my classroom for different things and for remote teaching. Yeah, much love to you too, Pat. Thank you for being here. And yes, remember to think of vet. Absolutely. I know Veterans Day is different than Memorial Day, but we need to be thinking of the people that are here with us still as well. I agree. I need an AI Vanna White to spin the wheel. That'd be funny. All right, much love, Rank. Thanks for being here. Okay. All right, here we go. So this is the Battle Hymn of the Republic by the Oak Ridge Boys. Here we go.
Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord. He is trampling out the vintage where the grapes of wrath are stored. He has loosed the faithful lightning of his terrible swift sword. His truth is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. He has sounded for the trumpet that shall never call retreat. He's sifting out the hearts of men before his judgment seat. Oh, be swift, my soul, to answer him. Be jubilant, my feet. Our God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on.
In the beauty of the lilies, Christ was born across the sea, with a glory in his bosom that transfigures you and me. As he died to make men holy, let us live to make men free, while God is marching on. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. Glory, glory, hallelujah. His truth is marching on. Our God is marching on.
Thank you, Navy Vet. That was wonderful. Yeah, the Oak Ridge Boys are amazing. We'll see what states there or countries this gets banned in, but it's worth it. Glad you are all here for it. That's for sure. Oh, I love that, Bran. Billy, good to see you. Weld Rider, good to see you as well. Oh, I love that. Yeah, it's funny because I was thinking of one of my uncles who sings in that kind of voice too, and has a Scandinavian sense of humor. So he kind of sounds like he sings really well, but he sounds kind of cheesy. Anyway, I remember him singing that too. Much love, Billy. All right. Okay, so now we're wrapping things up. Much love to all of you guys. I really appreciate you all being here. And, I think we had a great stream of, really being realistic about our country and what's going on, but also honoring those who've paid the ultimate price for freedom. And hopefully we can, live up to the expectations and our responsibilities to maintain the freedom that they fought for and make it even better than it's been. All right. I hope that you all have a wonderful Memorial Day weekend. Make sure that you do thank a veteran. And Sunday we'll be doing a backstage speakeasy. And I'm not sure if we're going to do 2 movies, but we're for sure going to be watching Glory. And I thought that was a good one just before Memorial Day. So hopefully I'll see you all there, or some of you there. Remember, for the backstage speakeasies, you have to click the link that's pinned at the top of chat, just like it is here. And it'll look like we're going to go live on YouTube, but we won't. It'll all be backstage. So come and join us backstage to hang out. And you'll see some faces back there you might not get to see, or hear some voices back there you might not get to hear on YouTube. So come and check us out back there. All right. Thank you, Imir, and thank you, Snooks and Lisa and all of my mods who've been here slinging links tonight. Appreciate you all. And I really thank everybody for being here. Okay. Here's our final song. And I thought that for Memorial Day weekend, Taps was the way to go. Here we are.